Oh, apparently nobody got stuck on that. Okay. Because he dropped spacesuit bombs. Oh. Anyway, let's keep going. With the There's so many different directions I can jump right now. But I finally get to deliver Bofu to Bosota. So that should be probably one of the first things I do. I can't put any of the boron weapons on my ship, nor their shields. Obviously not their engines.
Hello.
Oh, advanced satellites are pretty cheap over here, though.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
I don't know if I'll need 20, but I have enough to buy 20.
The ship
So
will be undocking soon. Can I help?
I'll dock right now. Since I already have a ship here with advanced satellites, might as well use this ship to drop said satellites in the boron sectors. Yeah, after I drop 3, if I'm not still distracted, I will get more. That's still waiting on a cycle. Same with that. You're just buying. Let's see. Instead of head over to Pioneer Space, over to that scrap processing station, and get some more materials I'll need.
The ship will be undocking soon.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I need to make sure of a couple of things here. That's okay though. Just one moment. The stations and everything are still being built, so I'm not too worried about it. There we go. Wait, what? I had to turn around and slap that guy. Get back to work. What is your piloting rating?
Hello.
Hello.
And now I have a boron pilot. Sweet. Yeah, came all the way out to the Queendom, and all I got was a pilot. Well, and a Mako. I wonder if there'll be a way to make this hazard region stabilized and not be a hazard region anymore. That would be great. What am I waiting on over here? I need... Well, actually, I'm waiting on deployment of satellites for here. I still need to explore this sector for any goodies and treats that may be lurking about. So I will explore these sectors real quick while I'm over here. And then I will keep building more stations and getting my economy going. I also need to deliver some bofu. Actually, I don't want to use you. You are busy. You are less busy. I can assign somebody else to repeat orders to do that at any time. So you will be... Yeah. Cool. Find a biogas brewery? Oh. No, not the biogas brewery. Biogas would probably produce energy cells if I had to take a guess. Ah, Bofu Chemical Lab, right there. Go over there. Trade with. Here, drop off the energy cell. Gather up the 50 Bofu needed. And then. See, that's not what I want. That's what I want. I know I need to go shoot something to get to shoot back. I don't necessarily want to get shot by a boron ship because that will make me very slow and I will die. Hilariously enough. Wait, what? Oh, I'm going over there to buy that anyway. Deliver 50 units to the Grand Exchange. Well, that'll be easy. Trade scheduled. So I will be progressing with the main quest, whatever that'll be. Oh, good. They get more ships over here built. So now I can get my ships renamed. Let's see here. I don't think I want this named like this. Off you go. Oh, here's another mineral mining ship. Nice, nice, nice. Where you at? Okay, good. Copy and paste everything. Excellent. That'll get more money rolling in more quickly. Let's see how full of you are. The only reason you're probably stuck is because you're full of something you can't offload. And I bet you filled up my... No, 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 no. Come on now. Work with me here. There we are. This should probably be just to get that trade ship unloaded. Right? Oh, it's already holding the maximum, so the liquid storage on the station is full. Okay. So I won't be getting Computronic substrate rolling because I don't think this is actually finished building either. Needs one more carbide. Alright, let's get the let's get that last carbide. Because clearly the yeah, clearly nobody else is interested in bringing me carbide. Or has any carbide to give me. Medical, micro lettuce, Computronics substrate. I thought I saw a carbide somewhere in here. Go get 10 carbide from there, deliver to the station. Deliver to the build storage, I should say. And then I will reassign you to the station commander to trade from there. And then I might need to increase the liquid storage. That'll be fine. Let's see here. You're what I'm waiting on to get my other station rolling. Research can be done. What are you waiting on? Nothing. Cool.
Hello.
That was a nice flyby right there. That was awesome. There we go. Nice collapsed menus. It looks like I will need to buy large trade ships in order to shuffle or shuttle goods into the Queendom. If they have to go through that hazard zone, because the large ships, specifically the boron ships, probably should have enough shield regen to withstand damage from the hazard region. Just like the void. Or just like how they withstand damage in the void, I should say. The boron are here packing heat. They're ready. They're ready to tango with anybody who gets in their way. So maybe I shouldn't have to worry about protecting the boron so much. I can just focus on empire building. I figured there had to be something at the end of the train station. Look at that. That looks awesome.
Permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
Let's see if there's any secrets out here. See, so I can't put boron weaponry on anything else but boron ships. I will have to get a boron combat vessel and really test out.
Wonderful! The Bofu has arrived. Please visit me at my facility.
I'm on my way. Actually, I'm not taking this ship back just yet. Let's build a boron ship. The Barracuda. Sounds awesome. Let's see how much that'll cost me. Only all of my money. Perfect. Of course, I want top of the line engines. Wow, that's for a heavy fighter though. That makes sense for how slow it is. Actually, the shields and the hull aren't necessarily anything to talk about either. You can get those values on other ships. Ow. 3 small shields, and that's all the shield power it can muster. Hmm. Now, the most interesting option, of course, is the arc gun. Because it does all the things at once. So slapping 3 of these on a ship, or as many of these as I can pack on a ship, should pack a hefty punch. So I'm really interested in trying these out. Let's see what other ships were available here. A single forward firing gun mount. This ship actually is very receptive to speed, which makes sense. It needs to be. The Mako fighter, if we get that fully kitted, is not the best combat ship, believe it or not. It's not even as receptive to speed as I thought it would be. Unfortunate. Yeah. Combat stats of these ships aren't necessarily very impressive, which makes sense. Actually, this ship will make a pretty good player ship. Looking like it's good enough on speed. It's actually comparable to the ship I'm in right now, but it's a medium-sized ship, and that is an excellent shield value. My only worry is that the all-around engines will have a delay on the travel drive. Ooh. Ion pulse railguns. I believe those are just anti-shield and they slow. Oh, these do hull damage as well. Okay. I thought they were going to be... Oh my god. 8,000 projectile speed? It's slow fire rate and it's high heat buildup. Is this a... This has got to be the, this has got to be a sniper weapon then. Yeah, magnetic acceleration. So this will not... This is... The stats are lying to my eyes. Otherwise, that weapon would be insane. That's going to be a... Similar to the, what do you call them? The railguns. Oh, it says railgun right on it. Derp. So that'll be a weapon for just experimenting around with and whatever railgun purposes are already at the game for the weapons. Oopsie. Yeah, this projectile speed, this is a very slow. This will probably be a anti-medium, anti-larger ship weapon. What about the last option here? It's fairly good projectile speed. Okay, shields and mobility. What? Which otherwise tends to impair mobility. So this is just a damage weapon. It doesn't have the extra effect of slowing down other ships. But this will be your primary damage weapon on boron ships, which is good. So then does this impair the speed? Okay, so this will be your slow down the speedier ships weapon. At epicenter. Dealing area damage. I don't know. I'm going to have to try one of those. For the most part, I do want raw damage output. What are you? Oh, these are turreted weapons. Wait a second, where's the other ones then? Oh, maybe I won't need to do that. Okay, wait. Phase cannons for main damage, forward firing weapons. For the turrets, I think phase turrets don't have extra effects. These will be similar. These will be similar to pulse weaponry then. But the interesting options are these are actually sniper rifle turrets. So these could be exceedingly good, especially with modifications. So this will be a good weapon to test actually. That's a relatively unknown is putting railguns on turret mounts. In theory, it should be really good because it bypasses some of the limitations. Now then, this should be excellent against fighters because of the slowdown effect it has. So this will be your like dedicated anti small ships because you can bring on or you can bring your main guns to bear. Yeah, I'm excited to try this out. I want this ship. And I want it with these turrets. And it looks like those turret weapons pop in and out, just like the Astrid. That's neat. I like that. I like that a lot. Making sure that all the, yep. How much is that costing? 3.6 million. So I'm not quite there, but I do want that in this configuration to test. Just need to make sure that I'm doing that right. Yep, I definitely want to try this ship out. And that'll be my first combat medium ship too of this playthrough. Didn't expect that. Ooh, it also has 6 marine capacity. Get into some fun with that. Ooh. I do want it with a full complement of service crew just to improve repair speed if anything does get through the shields. I can't wait to try this. It's gonna be so much fun. Oh, it's missing hull parts. Oh no. And I'm not gonna be able to hand deliver out hull parts. Well, if I manually fly a merchant ship out to give it hull parts, then I will. This is gonna take a while to build. A very long while. Okay, what about the Thresher gun ship? Let's see. Actually, a bunch less, one less shield generator, so which results in still amazing shield stats, but not quite as good as the Hydra. So for forward-firing weapons, a single railgun might not be terrible. Ugh. So I guess that's how you should do it. But the real winner here is the turrets, because railguns on your turrets is insane projectile speed, which means these should be really accurate if you throw on something with rotation speed as modifiers. And since how it has so many turrets, 8 turrets, this should be your anti-air or your anti-small craft vessel. In theory, this should be like insane against swarms of fighters. Either this variation or all arc turrets, or some variation between arc turrets and pulse turrets. This should be absolutely bonkers against small craft. So yep. This one's more expensive, so I doubt I'll get it right away too. I forgot to save the load out of this. Oopsie. Whatever. Yep. Oop. Okay. If I ever come back to buy that, I will. Let's see, where's the Mako? How much are you worth to anybody else? Basically 9.3, so squeeze a million out of that. A million. Ooh. Patriarchy really wants that. Nope. Even the boron shipyards don't want their own ships. Nope. They're not willing to pay a premium for their own technology. The Terrans don't want it either. Which I guess makes sense. I wonder if I can sell it to the Xenon. Nope, can't sell it to the Xenon. Checking to see if anything's bugged out there. Which it's not. Looks like the Patriarchy will get it. That's a handsome price for a Mako. And now I can put that Hydra into production if I want, or attempt to get that into production, I should say. The scrap processing facility didn't have as much. Let's see if you got anything. There it is. There's all the silicon cart. Well, right? No, no. They don't even have any Computronic substrate for sale. Man. Do you have any for sale? No. Wow, no one has what I need to build the stations I want to build. that's, that's a problem. A problem that I will more easily rectify once I get the station going. There are so many things I need to do. Oops, I need to look at something else out here real quick. Good. Alright, that's looking good too. Excellent. Alright, let's I guess I'll put this medium ship on order. See if I can't get it. Yep, just enough money to put it on order. And while I'm waiting, I will explore the Queendom. I bet they don't have a whole parts factory. Oh, they do. How much money for things at the whole parts factory? Oh, they have whole parts for sale at the whole parts factory. Well then.
Hello.
I need this ship for exploration, but instead of doing that, throw an advanced satellite at this whole parts. How many can I get? I can get 9 whole parts at once. Ooh, that's gonna take forever to get my ship made. Oh wait, no, that's all I have money for, I bet. And since they have such a plentiful stockpile of whole parts, maybe selling to the Queendom might not uh, exactly work the way I think it will. Their economy might be robust enough. We'll have to find the pitfalls in their economy again. It's building. They are building that ship. Okay. Nice. I didn't expect the ship to be built so quickly. Good to know. Yep. They even have Playtronics over there. It doesn't look like I'll be supplying the Boron with very many things to buy, but that's okay. Heretic's End is a good system to set up my factories that I want to there anyway. Boron Alliance Communication Hub. That one right there will work. These, weirdly enough, have super highway or highways out there, so I want to see what's out there. I should have enough satellites to stare at the comings and goings of this system. I'll have to see how that fares out. That'll take the Tacoba a while. My Hydra's ready. Well, this ship was an excellent combat ship. Now let's get into an even better
Hydra.
combat ship, apparently. No window. Poor service crew. That is a really cool addition in the Boron DLC, is just having elevators that'll just take you down to the dock instead of what is effectively a loading screen with the transporter or these things. And because I have some mods available for let's see here. Missile capacity, no thank you. Radar range is no good for me. There's not enough hazardous areas to worry about hazard reduction. Yeah. I don't know the difference between these two. What does this do? Pitching roll, as well as just a general overall speed boost. Oh, not enough money. Oh no, just throwing money away trying to figure out what ship mod or what mods do on ships. Let's take a look at my finances. Huh, there's a free million and change. There we go. Now I should have plenty of money to mod this ship. What does this do? Ooh, this is strafing. Okay. I will have to try both. That was a pretty good roll. I'll keep that. I don't have any weapon mods, but I should have shields, right? No, that's what I'm working on. Hmm. Because these are all-purpose engines, I might some of these mods like travel time start or release might actually have a purpose. Am I right in seeing that they're two strafe? Strafe and strafe and rotation. Okay, so these two are guaranteed and the guaranteed positive only. These ones are guaranteed a negative. Well, maybe not guaranteed, but it's a very high likelihood that you get a negative. Better rotation at the cost of what? At the cost of strafing. Okay, and then what's the detriment on this one? Oh, wow. Actually, neither of those even sound that great. Let's see here. Forward thrust mod, not necessarily what I need. I'll just take the guaranteed, because I don't like the negatives. I'm just looking for a guaranteed with a good roll. There we go. Nearly max rolled on that one. And I guess I will mod this further when I continue on with the research. Cool. Is there only one other pilot in here, or co-pilot? Alright, first medium ship of the playthrough. And it's a sweet boron ship. I'm so excited. I hope I got the right weapons on these. Oh, jumping into travel drive is instant with these engines. Interesting. Oh, what weapons did I put on this? I forget. I hope I put the right ones and I didn't just overpay.
Requesting permission to dock.
think phase cannon was the correct one. I know the arc turrets are right. I'm not sure if the phase cannon was correct. Let me double check. Yeah, phase cannons were correct, I believe. Okay. I don't know how well this will perform for anti-small ship, but it should just decimate them.
Can I help?
No.
Goodbye.
Seems to be really cool. Nice and maneuverable, just how I like my medium ships. Let's go fight something. Or actually, I need to keep exploring the war on homeworlds. The ship looks awesome. And it handles pretty well. I mean, I bought it because it handled so well. I expected it to handle well.
Entering reflected stars.
There's definitely more than one station out here, but it's only picking up the one. There we go. This caught my eye. Gotta look at this. That looks great.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
Docking granted. Docking aborted.
So it looks like the boron, the actual queendom has a fully prepared economy. Well, maybe not fully. They might still have pitfalls like other economies do. Probably should. Is that an active jump gate? Hello. Well, don't mind if I do.
Entering system. Ralk's demise.
There's a gate over there. Station here. What else do we got in this system? Nothing but empty space, huh? The game does not like rendering that long-range scan. I think that's the gate I just came through. Ooh, another gate.
Entering system. Atreus clouds.
Ooh, boring construction vessel. I want to go look at that. What does it look like? Where'd it go? Or refinery? There it is. This looks awesome. And I think this is the ship that opens up from the middle. So sadly, this isn't the carrier that I was hoping it was. This is actually the builder ship. So I think it opens up from the very middle. It flips open those hatches and then launches the drones. Definitely a candidate for when I'm looking for a build ship of my own. The Boron build ship might be my first build ship I steal. Because I certainly ain't buying one of those. Hmm? Hmm. A plankton farm, you say? I guess that boron bofu has got to come from somewhere, right? Or maybe maybe that's an illicit good. All questions, no answers. This must be their resourcing system. There's something out here. Oh, there's a gate. I had a feeling there would be, but it didn't look like it. It was hiding behind the asteroid.
Entering system. Menelaus Oasis.
This system's pretty. Another jump gate. What kind of missions do the Boron offer me? The same generic missions that aren't even worth my time because they pay so little. I pointed right at it without even thinking about it.
Entering system. Ralk's demise.
I don't understand how I missed that jump gate the first time I came through here, but that's okay.
Jump gate. Kingdom end.
No, it probably just didn't pop in like that. Okay, let's take a look over here to see if I've done what I wanted. Oh, that's not updated yet. That's fine. I'm really interested to try these weapons out on some Xenon. And it looks like I'll have ample opportunity to try them out.
Entering system. Kingdom end. Plankton farm.
No.
Unknown station.
Yes. It's too bad I have the same engine noise on a boron ship as every other ship when I turn during travel mode. I was kind of hoping that noise would be different. What a shame.
Entering towering wave. Oh, that was the direction I was intentionally traveling. Did my Baloo end up making it back? Or not Baloo, Baldric. Hey, did you end up making it back to my station? Because you need to get to work making me money. Aha, I'm making Computronic substrate now too. Perfect. Hmm? What was that? Oh, alright, let's get the Tacoba some more orders. I believe I have satellite coverage all the way
across boron space. Well, maybe not all the way. That should be good enough there. Since I'm not piloting this vessel, I will get rid of all these extras. And then I will order the exploration of all these systems from the Tacoba because it definitely won't safely make it through the danger zone. And the Tacoba is expensive, unlike every other ship well, actually, that Gorgon was expensive too, but I got it for the price of free. So, not necessarily the worst thing ever that I lost that. Oh, well. What can you do? That will discover if there's any other sectors I can get to from boron space, I hope.
Jump gate, Sanctuary of Darkness.
And this gate looks a little funky, so let's take a look at it. I also can't wait to try these turrets out on something and see how absolutely terrible they are or absolutely good they are. Good or bad, I want to know. Pretty sure I'm not the only one that wants to know the answer to that.
The homeworld scientists apparently set up a similar energy input system to our own. But their capacity is simply tremendous.
Our blueprints were, of course, based on the theories that they shared with us in their transmission. So that should not come as a surprise. Establishing a connection between jump gates requires staggering quantities of resources. Yet, it appears that those resources need not be equally balanced between the gate loci. Thankfully, the boron have been laying the groundwork for our breakthrough for decades. We suspected that was the case. Hope so even, but until now, we could not be entirely certain.
Okay, cool. That was some neat dialogue. Very neat.
Entering system, Sanctuary of Darkness.
Now then, because I have such a robust shield on this, I should be able.
Advanced satellite. Jump gate, Great Reef.
I should just be able to go through the hazard zone here without risking my ship too much.
Danger. Hazardous region detected.
So the hazard region actually is pretty far out.
Danger.
There's a little break in the middle. Okay, so the hazard region isn't necessarily as large as I thought it was. There's something in the middle of that asteroid. Maybe we'll have to go blow it up and find out if it does
Entering
anything.
system, Great Reef.
So my recommendation for if you want any small class ships out of the boron systems, don't buy it from the Queendom. Buy it from the Great Reef area, because the small class ships won't make it out of the Queendom through the hazard zone very easily.
Entering system, Barren Shores. Jump gate. Watchful
Just
gaze.
just a free tip there if you want some boron ships. I wonder if this ship can be repaired and claimed. I'll take a look at it on the way out. We'll see if we get some additional dialogue. I wouldn't mind having that ship.
Entering system. Watchful gaze. Groper. Mineral.
Wait, what? Wait a second. That doesn't sound like the type of ship that sounds like a ship that I can just have. Nah, nah, nah. You couldn't be that easy, right? Did say it was mineral.
And what is this? The ship seems to be in a salvageable condition.
Hmm.
My guess is that it was likely abandoned not too long ago.
This is clearly a mining ship, but that's strange. As far as I can detect, there's really very little here to mine.
Fine.
All I can imagine is that the vessel came under an attack of some kind.
Pish tush. That is self-evidently incorrect. There is absolutely no sign of exterior damage. Yet that makes the mystery still more seductive.
Mine.
Hello there.
Oh. I can't use the elevator on... Oh.
Hydra.
I wanted to use the elevator to go outside.
Groper. Mineral.
Okay, the spacesuit needs... The spacesuit needs another purchasable upgrade, in my opinion. And that upgrade should be to match the deceleration to the Mark II thruster's acceleration. Basically, it needs to decelerate faster. Because the acceleration on the Mark II thrusters is nice.
Let me excavate the vessel's systems. Oh my goodness. These poor people are in desperate straits. They are veritably gnawing on the bones of this system for resources. According to the ship's logs, this vessel was cannibalized for parts to save the prospecting flotilla. Evidently, this system has long since been picked over, but they were gambling on some resources having been missed.
The Alliance has little use for a miner. Explore. Keep the ship. Do with it what you wish. Do not neglect to crew the vessel appropriately if you wish to make optimal use of it.
Mine. Cool. Let's see if I can go take this out and get it all fixed up. Wait, it has no engines? What? It has no engines. How's it gonna go anywhere? Oh, it's barely got any speed. Oh, it does have a travel drive. Okay. Wait, what? What? Why is that red? There's only one type of mining drill available? Oh, it's just like every other mining drill, same amount of everything. This ship is in really bad conditions. Oh, it doesn't cost a whole lot to get it fixed up, though. It's a small mining ship. Cool. I suppose after it gets all patched up, I will send it on its way out to my out to the asteroid belt to help this station get all the resources in. Actually, what I should do is just sell it right away. The immediate profit of selling it versus keeping it and using it is I've already moved past small ships for mining. Yeah, that seems to be like the best price I'll be getting for any boron ships that I don't want.
Entering system. Heretics End.
Is my station built? Eh? Oh, I need a manager for my station then. I didn't expect that to be built so fast. Wait a second. It's not full built. Nice. Oh, very nice. That's all money for me. Ha ha ha, ka-ching. Alright, I think I know what you need. But let's double check just to make sure. Yeah, more carbide and substrate. This is going to be quite the pain, so... Here's the scrap processing. Oh, they have computronic substrate. Go get that. selling anything. Oh, perfect. They are selling things over here. What's available? Okay, I'll get a full load of that out at Heretic's End. And I should put those in, yeah, as expensive as expensive as that is, I still need to put that all in reserve. Ooh, Heretic's End is costing a ton of money to get built. And I'll still need more. That's fine. The Terrans are getting a little desperate for ice out there. That's interesting. Oh, right, I need a manager on that station. Let's get a boron manager. I should have some boron people available. Wait, where did my other person go? Hang on a second. Where did you go? There you are. You are not management material at all, but that's okay
Can I
because
help?
I can make you management material. Perfect.
Goodbye.
You are now a good manager. Let's go tackle some xenon real quick. I cannot resist getting some more research done.
Jump gate, Morning Star.
Yeah. It's not unprecedented to push out those videos on the same day. I probably forgot to change my... Yep. That's fine. I'll change that in post. Hopefully this ship is everything I wanted the Dragon Raider to be. Or the Dragon, for that instance. For that, yeah. I need to upgrade the engines on that thing if it's going to be a long-range trade ship.
Entering system. Morningstar. Jump gate. Atikva's choice. Entering system. Atikva's choice.
Ooh, you know what? I should ask a question in Discord. There we go. Sorry about that. Needed to ask a question urgently. Oops. I forgot to turn off steering so that way I could pop into that faster. There we go.
Eat an asteroid.
Oh, something came through and destroyed all the xenon. Wait a second. Ooh, xenon's coming up the highway.
M.
Oh, there's what's causing the xenon to back off the system. There's another xenon raider.
Malfunctioning circuit board. Requesting permission to dock.
That should inhibit its speed.
N.
Now then, we should be able to begin our research. I look forward to seeing how this turns out. Perhaps you should flee.
M.
Spotted.
Oh, they brought a fox out
Fox.
here.
Scan whenever you're ready.
You hadn't done that.
Sorry about that. Okay. How much crew do you have, Fox?
You're in serious
Shield
trouble.
storage commander. I'm gonna see how many crew you have. How much crew do you have? You only have 15 crew. Oh, but you have 3 veterans. Ooh, I want that ship. I want that ship. Oh, wait. I can't board medium or smaller ships. Ooh, you're lucky, folks. You're lucky I'm in the wrong ship to capture small ships. Or medium ships. Actually, I'm in the way wrong ship to capture medium and small ships.
Striking.
That's too bad.
Prepare to be wiped out.
So these turrets, after trying them out and hitting the Xenon with, it doesn't seem to slow them down as much as I expected. So I'm gonna have to try the railguns on turrets to see if they're any better. Which those should be phenomenal on turrets. I hope.
Very big mistake.
Entering system. Silent witness.
There's a what in here? Why is there a K just randomly in here? Okay.
Entering system. 18 billion. Entering system. Grand exchange. Autopilot. Engaged.
Well, I mean, I'm already playing the music and listening to it and enjoying it, so if I have to redo all this boron content for this playthrough, so without music, I will be very sad, but I will do it. Because there ain't no way I'm letting anybody claim my videos on
Engaged.
YouTube for music, so I have to, if I just strip all the music out of the videos, I'll just delete those videos and then try again.
Entering grand exchange. 1.
Or go again without music, I should say. That would make me very sad, though.
Autopilot. Disengaged.
Okay, you know what I should do, actually, since how the Grand Exchange isn't really using the Prometheus? I should be using the Prometheus to bring, yeah, that should be a competent ship against everything else. Okay. Yep. I need to do that anyway to get it better engines. But I should be using that to ferry goods back and forth between stations.
Headquarters. Hydra.
That is so cool. I love that little elevator. Oh, you can see the weapons are deployed right now. That's cool. I'll have to go take a look at the office too, personal office, to see if I've gotten any awesome things there. Oh, Boso doesn't get a walk around.
Hello there. Ah, yes, my beloved Bofu. Indeed you did.
Don't even get to see him eat the Bofu.
Oh, Her Delightful Majesty. Yes, well, not quite the Queen. I may have hijacked your mission communications a tad, just to imbue this delivery with some alacrity. However, the Bofu shipment is very much appreciated. Incidentally, your biosignature indicates somewhat elevated stress levels. Fret not. I shall assist you by extricating my intervention from your mission communications. Indeed, I see you are behind on a number of very important royal duties. Hello there.
No, there.
How's it going? You made it.
You don't have anything interesting either. Oh.
Harold! Harold! Where have you been? Our connection was interrupted. The technicians have not yet figured out why, but the issue seems resolved. Let us get back on course in the pursuit of Her Majesty's diplomatic endeavors. You can find your current tasks in your mission manager. Choose which to pursue first, and activate it for further guidance.
What are you saying? That's the only trophy in here so far? Oh. So, what are my actual missions now? Oh, there's quite a few. Hmm. Ooh, deliver ships to Haktiva. Ooh. 3 Makos. Oh, this is a big mission. Okay.
Security would like to remind all visitors to keep their children with them at all times.
Wow, this mission is incredible. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted, is a huge quest chain, actually. Sweet. Find the missing envoys. It looks like both of them have gone missing. Wow, this is ridiculous. 18 billion at the specified location. Where?
I have concluded the research.
Alright, cool.
I suggest... Very well. I will use all of my past experience to deliver the best and safest improvements to weapon technologies. This place, however, is hardly a weapon development facility. Fortunately, I know where my split captors kept a cache of weapon equipment.
Oh, this has a regular docking, or a regular ramp as well. That's no fun.
Hello there.
Autopilot engaged.
There's one mission cut down. Uh, Grand Exchange wants cargo drones. No, thank you. I gotta be able to pull some money in from somewhere. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. That's the only, like, whatever mission is cargo drones, huh? Alright, yeah. I will give the Grand Exchange 2 cargo drones. Just so the mission goes away. Yo, this quest list though, that's awesome. Three Makos, 2 Octiva? Of course I'll do that. Yeah. Let's see the Makos. Let's see. Yo. They lack hull parts. Because of course they do. Because I haven't set up my station to bring in hull parts. It's
Entering
a lot of
Grand
economy things to
Exchange.
get going,
3.
but it's gonna be worth it once I get it going. And I mean, it still counts as the economic playthrough because I do have an economy station. It's just over in Terran space, and it's working quite flawlessly for passive income. You haven't even made it out there yet. Where's the Prometheus at? I bet the Prometheus is already there. Yep. Wow. Baldric 1. You can be removed from all orders and assignments. And you desperately need better engines. Like, it's not even funny how much better engines you need. Oh wait, I can afford it. Ouch. It's a little pricey. Wait, I can't afford it. Wait a second. Where'd I get all that money from? Wait. What? Oh, I got it back from, as soon as I canceled your assignments. That's right.
The cache is located around here. Do be careful in this area.
Autopilot disengaged.
They're missing metallic microlattice. You know what? It's okay. You can just go up here and trade my my goods, and just be out of my unassigned list for eternity. Ooh, I might have brought a really bad ship for this. That's okay though. can always just get out in my spacesuit. I don't think there's any reason why I shouldn't try this at least once, though. This is going to end so poorly. That's okay. Well, I better just... I know it's already going to end poorly because that weapon is not meant to do this. Ow. Oh, I've got the, there we go.
Once you have what we need, feel free to destroy anything which... Bring the items to me and we can get started.
Docking granted.
Or actually, hello.
Entering Grand Exchange 1.
Hello there. Now then, we should be able to begin our research. I look forward to seeing how this turns out.
Actually, there is one graphics setting that is kind of driving me insane. Reflection probe? Or no. Oh, I guess I have that turned off. Okay. Oops. I just teleported in, I forgot. Teleport right back out.
Entering Grand Exchange 3.
Now I can test on this other lockbox over here. I figured that would be the case. Yeah, that's fine. No more random containers floating around where I don't need them. Ugh, I guess.
Autopilot engaged.
How much cargo space do I have on the Hydra? I didn't even look when I bought it. Maybe I could do some little... None, almost. Alright. Good to know. What's your loadout, Minotaur Raider, by the way? Oh yeah. Yeah, best in slot. Everything. You're fine. I never want to look at you again. Oh, you have Terran engines, Mark 3s. Do you have you do, okay. I definitely want an advanced satellite there. Hmm. One there, hopefully that gets both of the things I want. One here. Mhm. Hopefully that gets everything within range. Once you're done with that, I want you to get all of the silicon carbide you can hold. Move over to Terran space.
Entering
As much of
Grand
that as you can.
Exchange 4.
Get it out to my station out here. And actually, I would be better off getting my Baldric to upgrade its engines as well. Right now, it's very, very, very slow. The Terran Morph should have enough to upgrade the ship with better engines. You are way too slow, buddy. Allegedly, that's worth it. We'll find out. Either that or I'll just sell that ship for money.
Entering system 18 billion.
Take a loss. Is that the best threat you can manage?
Maybe if I rein in its exploration to 250 on everything, it'll get the explore orders done. Maybe it's just not terrible at it, it's just trying to explore too big of an
Entering
area.
system windfall.
But normally it's really, really bad at it, just like as advertised. But I know that I got the other ship to explore areas much quicker. Maybe that's the trick right there. See what happens.
Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disengaged. Docking granted.
Hello.
Wow, everything is like really reflective and shiny. I don't necessarily like that. Oh, that's definitely less reflective looking. Oh, wow, that adds everything, makes it darker. That makes everything darker and less shinier, I guess.
Many among us have been watching your work with great interest and wanted to reward you for it. As such, I'm pleased to present you with a new rank as a token of our appreciation. Of course, we will also reward you with benefits. These benefits are linked to your rank, so they will be lost should you turn against us.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Yeah. Wow, people are making some interesting discoveries.
I hope you find these rewards fitting to the work you've done, and that you are able to make the most of them.
You're
Oh,
still
and
talking?
expect some of our
Ah.
organizations to reach out to you for help in the near future. Once again, we really appreciate what you have done for us so far. We look forward to working with you more in the future.
Is
Good
that a
luck
threat?
out there.
Is that a threat? I will wipe your whole faction off of this planet, or this galaxy. Off the face of this galaxy. That's
I have come to the end of my research.
That's a paint mod. I'll have to go look at that somewhere on something. Yeah. You finished the research, you say, huh?
This will allow you to construct much improved equipment modifications. If you could, please gather the required materials.
Mm-hmm. Hey, it's accurately updating that. Love that. Love that I'm getting passive income from this station. It's so nice. Wow, that thing's taking forever to get out there. What are you stuck on, Prometheus? What are you doing? Okay. It's gonna take a minute to get that done. How much money do I have? I should have not sold that Mako. Oh well.
Hello there.
This might take a while. Oh, I can find the missing envoys.
My Paranid brethren. Paranid governments have a troubled history with the Queendom, but major factions try to maintain diplomatic relations even if they are, at times, strained. The Queendom initiated a diplomatic exchange with both the Holy Order of the Pontifex and the God Realm of the Paranid. However, the God Realm emissary never arrived. Ever since he went missing en route to the Queendom, accusations have been flying. It is up to us to find the missing diplomat and calm the waves.
Our good old Paranid friends. Always suspicious. This is just a diplomatic wrinkle in an otherwise smooth path to business as usual. Nothing to learn here.
Mm-hmm. Actually, this ship will probably end up... Oh. No, don't do that. Just fly out here on the neutral, or the flat plane. Alright, I will be right back. I should have access to tons of live streams, so the camera should go all over the place now.
requesting immediate backup.
That was foolish. I will teach you a lesson.
Ooh, I'm hungry. Alright, hopefully the mission will keep you entertained while I eat food. Otherwise, my current plans on the meeting will be to knock some missions out and continue making oodles of money and get this station going. So, yeah, that's how we do it. Or that's what I'm going to do. Enjoy.
Can I help? Sir?
Pegasus, Sentinel.
Boron envoy, run! It is a trap! There he is, the Boron envoy. Now we can get them both.
Pegasus, Sentinel. Pegasus, Sentinel. Friend foe mine. Danger. Friend foe mine. Pegasus, Sentinel. Pegasus, Sentinel. Danger.
You cannot hope. Your
Pegasus, Sentinel. Danger.
You defeated the fanatics. That said, I remain entangled in their minefield. I am unable to move, or I risk awakening these monstrous munitions from their slumber. Would you perhaps be minded to help extricate me from this explosive dilemma?
Friend foe mine. Friend foe mine.
A mighty Boron warrior envoy. I shall relay the tale of your heroism. I thank you for my liberation. I shall be on my way to fulfill my duties at Her Majesty's court. Great work. I have relayed the situation to the Queendoms, and the Paragon diplomat is now proceeding unhindered. There are more tasks in your mission, Manager. Ah, the Hatikva Free League. A shadow of their once glorious forebears. Although support from the Queendoms stems their decline, the League will still have far to go. You are to supply them with a wing of boron fighters. The politicians will follow up with a negotiation for the Hatikva Free League to acquire more boron military vessels in the future. I suspect they will be grateful for the military hardware to help deter pirates in Xenon.
That is an interesting arms deal. It's possible that they want to support the Free League, as they claim. But it's just as plausible that the Boron military is afraid of having fallen behind during the isolation. They might just want a live-fire field test of their military hardware before they find themselves in a real conflict.
Terran Protectorate. The Queendom has no closer ally than the Arkan Federation. However, Arkan tensions with the Terrans make Boron relations with the Protectorate a matter of some delicacy. The Terrans have made a gracious offer to construct a Boron habitat to house a diplomatic delegation. To this end, we were supposed to deliver a Nishala water sample, complete with all its salts and microorganisms. Regrettably, our herald was not up to this simple task. He suffered some sort of emotional breakdown and has returned to Boron space for medical attention. He managed to leave the water sample in a bar of all places. We could just acquire another sample from Nishala, but our herald will face enough opprobrium. I would rather we resolve this without increasing his shame. The mission is simple. Just retrieve the water and deliver it safely to the Terran emissary.
Well, that's embarrassing. Emotional breakdown. If you ask me, some of these boron are just a little bit too soft. Damp-lipped aquatics aren't necessarily going to have the mental toughness for the territories beyond their cozy queendom. Present company accepted, of course.
Hello there.
Hydra. Entering system. IS mists. Entering system. Pontifex's claim. Entering system. Holy vision. Entering system. True sight. Entering system. Second contact. Entering system. The void. Entering system. Getsufune.
We have new orders. Navigation! Fly to the following position. By the grace of Her Majesty, you are now receiving the royal broadcast from the Queendom of Boron. It is my honor and pleasure to announce Her Majesty
Navigation.
Queen
Prepare to
Polyphides.
dock.
I am delighted to announce that the realm has successfully established diplomatic relations with both
Bring
the
the
god
ship in
realm
slowly.
of the Paranid and the Holy Order of the Pontifex. We shall seek further cooperation between our peoples and work towards a peaceful and prosperous future together.
Most gratifying to see my Paranid brethren normalizing relations with the Queendom. Mark them off the list.
By the grace of Her Majesty, you are now receiving the royal broadcast from the Queendom of Boron. It is my honor and pleasure to announce Her Majesty Queen Polyphides.
After so many years riven apart, it is most gratifying to be able to announce the resumption of our oldest and closest alliance. We welcome the hand of friendship of the Argon Federation. Together, we shall initiate the bilateral battle group. This joint defense fleet will operate as two task forces. One shall be based in the Queendom, and the other shall be in Federation space. This mutual defense pact sends a clear message to all. An attack on one is an attack on both.
This is excellent work. Your colleague has negotiated a treaty of significant consequence.
Obviously, there's a hidden agenda here. The Boron don't seem to have been in a real fight for decades. The military must be itching to see how they measure up alongside the hardened Argon fleet. If the joint exercises shed light on a disadvantage, the Argon Treaty may buy the Queendom some time to remedy that before facing a major attack.
By the grace of Her Majesty, you are now receiving the royal broadcast from the Queendom of Boron. It is my honor and pleasure to announce Her Majesty Queen Polyphides.
It is with profound regret that I announce that our attempts at diplomacy with the Zyath Patriarchy were to no avail. The senseless animosities between our peoples prevailed and shall remain. Nonetheless, I extend my gratitude to our herald, who has returned to us alive and well. At times, even that seemed an unlikely outcome.
It was quite tense, but your peer Kulumi did indeed return safely. Eventually. While the Boron insisted on diplomacy with the split, there was never great optimism that the dexterous appendage reached out would be grasped.
Tragic as it is, it remains business as usual. Nothing to learn here.
My sincerest greetings. As a matter of fact, I did hear a commotion from the upper level. An unusually agitated Boron with ceremonious markings then rushed down and straight out the door. He left in a hurry before I was able to intervene. I do hope he's all right and well. I am a retired wormhole scientist from Kingdom End. You might have heard about the Jumpgate project I was a part of in my prime. We kept revising and rechecking our calculations, and it all seemed perfectly fine. But something was amiss. Now, of course, we know that we were missing the cipher discovered by the boron scientist on the Commonwealth side. When our jump gate surprisingly spun up and opened, it was not even targeting the gate in Sanctuary of Darkness. We were aiming for Heretic's End, though I do recall that the Sanctuary of Darkness coordinates were also stored within our jump gate, among many others. Do excuse my meanderings. This is all ancient history by now. I am now part of an exchange program, and have the happy luxury of spending my time meeting the Commonwealth's most learned scientists. My sincerest farewell.
Hello there. Good luck out there.
Gates opening, gates closing, a world beyond our grasp. Playthings of invisible forces. Unable to resist, unable to even perceive. What else remains for one to do in this fading excuse of an existence? But squander yours before someone or something does it for you. We've looked into the void, and everyone with a spark of understanding will be in an establishment like this, trying their best to forget. Yes, I've seen everything. I now live here after all. The Boron was at the table right over there and told me something about water until he got very upset. He might not have been accustomed to the gloom and misery around here. He even left a box with some belongings at his table when he rushed off. The waiters haven't even found it yet. Say, bye.
Did he leave anything on the upper level?
research. If you could, please gather the required materials.
Identifying criminal vessels. Please assist in pursuit.
Short range transporter. Autopilot engaged. Entering system. Sol. Autopilot disengage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hydra. Fox.
As High Representative of the Terran Protectorate, may I formally welcome you aboard. Your delivery is most gratefully received. We hope to craft a habitat worthy of the representatives of Queen Polyphides of the Boron. This will help no end. Thank you, Harold. May your time in Terran space pass without incident.
Well, that is resolved at least. We cannot have the Terrans viewing the Boron as emotionally fragile. Good work there, Harold. Your mission manager will provide you with further tasks.
Hydra.
Okay, there we go. All done eating. Whew, took a while to eat. Food's good. Yummy food. Hmm, where? So I guess that means it is time for... I know exactly what to do, actually. I need a boatload of money to get my stations rolling, and I know where to get that small investment. Actually, I should let the pilot do the thing. Pilot! Let's go get me some money.
Hello there.
I need a small ship. Super fast. Maybe not super fast, but I need a small ship to start chucking out more that's pretty cheap. How much is this one? This one. I need a dirt cheap fighter, which this has pretty respectable storage actually for just a teeny tiny little ship like this. Basic little shields, no weapons. Ooh, yeah, those are gonna cost whole parts there. That's minimum 150, which is not a lot. Go to my tried and true wharf though, that always has enough building material. Let's get myself oh, this is equally cheap, but has even more storage capacity. That's actually nice, very nice. It feels so wrong putting a Talati engine on a small ship. All that price is coming from the I need a little mission runner though. Little mission runner. Those beams will be perfect for like little mission running type deal, things. Ooh, I'm getting up there in price for I'm paying a premium for this one. Don't mean to keep burping. Whoops. Paying a premium, but it'll be worth it. Actually, I don't even know if I need advanced satellites or not. I just need the ship. You know what I should do instead? Is just take the I should just use this one instead. How much goods do you have? None? Good. Let's find whole parts. Because apparently the Queendom does need some more whole parts. Which is perfect. Actually, I do need reputation. Oops, there we go. I do need reputation from Heptiva as well. This works out. Or from, whatever. The point is I need rep from Heptiva, or yes, rep with Heptiva. From with whatever. Yep, setting that high of a price doesn't mean it'll buy it at that high of a price. It'll look for a good deal first, and then it'll keep increasing the price until it guarantees a trade, basically. And then same with this. It's just guaranteeing a deal, and it will still find the best price. I should probably look here and see what trade offers you got. Whole parts. Do you have a whole parts factory out here? I don't think they do. And that's why it takes so long to get these going. So whole parts and Claytronics. Mostly whole parts. Probably advanced electronics as well is what they'll really need. So I could be making buku bucks off of advanced electronics, whole parts, potentially Claytronics, but I'm not 100% on that one. Yeah, I could be making oodles and oodles of money from the boron once I get that factory rolling. It's gonna take a while. It was a little expensive. I was pricing it out, and to get scrap rolling on that station is gonna be a hurdle. Because I'll need at least 4. I'll need more than 4 solar panels. I'll probably need 8 solar panels. Actually, probably even just. I should stop guessing and just look. But I bet I'll need a lot. So not Terran variant, a regular variant will take 7,200 energy cells for Claytronics, which you can force these things to only produce one or the other if you deny their one output any storage. So Claytronics, I don't know if I will make a ton off of. So I can limit Claytronics to only enough to expand the station when I need it. And then for whole parts, I can just maximize the storage for that. That's quite a bit of energy cells needed. Now how about the scrap processor? How much does that take? Apparently it doesn't take any, which doesn't make any sense. Okay, so we'll take 8. To power one of those full time, it'll take 8 energy cell productions. So I can't really slap that on. Well, I can, but I can't really afford to get that running until I get I'm pretty sure I haven't fully funded this. This is why it's taking so long to get resources there. Good to know. With the Prometheus trading like that, look at this. I did fulfill the silicon carbide, didn't I? No. No, I didn't. But I still need more Computronic substrate anyway. What is your last wear exchange order? Okay. So I'll send it for one more trip to my personal factory. Might as well overdo it a little bit. And this one's the one that keeps coming out with the Computronic substrate. Oh, I'm tying up all my money in these trades, but I need to, so that I can actually get this factory built. It'll all be worth it. It'll make sense in a little bit. Alright, I don't need to worry about Grand Exchange for a second. Let's research finished. Which is just about to start. I need to switch gears on research actually and go straight into
If you could, please gather the required materials.
this will be more useful than anything else. Theoretically anyway. Because I want to get to exceptional chassis mods. Ah, the Makos are done. Excellent. I don't even have to go look at them. All I gotta do is get here. Yep, that's all I gotta do. That's one more mission complete for the Queendom. And then I need... I'll need to look at the Boron Wharf again. I want to see if they have a ship type that I'm looking for. I have to reevaluate if I want one of these or not. I don't know. Depends on how good the phase guns are. It's a 150, 120. A reasonable fire rate and heat generation. Let's look at the. This is just the pulse. This is the pulse cannon equivalent, basically. I have to really think about this because this ship is slower than slow. Yeah, no way am I getting a Barracuda. The thing's slow. That ship's traveling in slow motion. It's so slow. I just noticed that neither of these ships come with a small docking port. They don't have a multi-purpose ship. Interesting. Very interesting. Alright, are you where I told you to go? No, of course not. Didn't even move.
Entering system. Getsofune. Entering system. The void.
Whoa, what is going on over here? Alright then. Let's get a nice live stream view of that. There we go. Yeah, that's
Hello
the
there.
view I'm looking for.
By the grace of Her Majesty, you are now receiving the royal broadcast from the Queendom of Boron. It is my honor and pleasure to announce Her Majesty, Queen Polyphides.
It is my pleasure to announce that diplomatic relations with the Terran Protectorate have been established. Our friends are kindly constructing a boron habitat for the future comfort of our diplomatic mission. May this usher in a bountiful new era of peaceful trade and cooperation.
Brilliant. We can check the Protectorate off our list.
We need to perform a transfer.
Yes, we do.
Entering system. Second.
Great work. This fleet will allow Hatikva to familiarize its pilots with boron hardware. Once the politicians ratify a follow-up agreement, I will ensure that you receive the announcement. There are more tasks in your mission, Manager.
I was about to say, how about you see to it that I receive a payment there, bud? There we go. I got paid pretty well for a couple of those. Or let's see how much I got paid actually. Oh, it doesn't say in this list. It should say in this list. No. Oh, right there, mission reward. There should be another
Entering
mission
system.
reward in
Black
here.
hole sun.
Here, well, this one is one I actually splurged a bit of money on to get that, so they're just reimbursing me.
The best way to gain productive engagement from the Talati is through trade. Our task is to establish a modest Queendom station in Talati space. Once they are selling their wares to the station, Talati relations will start to warm. However, you are missing some station module blueprints. Before you can build the station, you will need to purchase the blueprints from a faction representative.
Yeah. I'm gonna purchase those blueprints from an EMP bomb. Don't even try that crap. Okay, Heretics and Factory should be getting enough resources.
Entering system. Windfall.
Okay. Oof, that is a pricey little station, but it's going to make me billions of dollars. It'll all be worth it. I need to change the logistic overview of this station. I might even need to get more miners on this station. I bet as soon as the cycle completes on this substrate, the every trader in the system comes to snatch that up. Alright, perfect. There's another trader making me money. Everybody's so desperate in the Terran Protectorate to get silicon carbide, micro lettuce, and substrate that, yeah. This station's a moneymaker.
Entering Windfall 3, the Horde.
Now I need to know what is a medium ship that it can be had for the cheapest price. As long as it's a medium ship, it doesn't matter what it is. Miner, gas miner, trade ship, as long as it can be had for the cheapest. And I'll probably have to go board a Tuta here soon too. That'll be fun. Need to go into this menu real quick and tell the Hydra to no longer do that order.
Please halt. We will be scanning your cargo hold.
Oh, no, you won't.
Scan whenever you're ready. Scan results show that you're all clear.
Oh, shoot, they weren't talking to me.
The Riptide Rakers of Avarice. It appears that the royal heir, Princess Elias, was personally distressed upon hearing of the Riptide Rakers' water shortages. A water shortage is about the most horrifying thing a Boron can conceive of. Yet in this case, it is not as simple as a charitable rescue operation. Raker territory is completely surrounded by a well-armed syndicate that controls and profiteers from basic resources. Your mission needs to be discreet. You will run the blockade with a shipment of water to provide immediate relief, while the government works on a longer-term solution. Do not, I repeat, do not get caught. The Queendom cannot be seen to be flouting the rules of other jurisdictions, no matter how oppressive they may be.
Typical bleeding heart Boron. They need to be careful about sponsoring covert missions in other people's territories. Triggering a diplomatic incident might be awkward, but there's also a chance that other powers might see this as a way to manipulate the Queen.
Wow, Dalbusta's voice line bugged out right there, and his vid screen. Nice bug. His voice is exceptionally quiet. So yeah, in the Vig space, water is comes at a premium.
Mayday, mayday! Ship bestowed in
Or no,
perpetuity.
it's illegal. That's what it
Inbound
is.
for tide break. Major engine failure. Need engineers for repairs.
Negative. Bestowed in perpetuity. Tide is inbound. Could scramble a volunteer rescue team. How many occupants?
Just me. Negative on the rescue mission. I will get it to work.
Call again should you change your mind. Good luck.
Any engineers out there? Please hurry to my location.
Whoa,
Ship
yes,
in
what
need
happened?
of repairs. Please report immediately. An engineer. Wonderful. Quick, do an EVA and try to fix the remaining engine. I am trying to fix something with the engine control from in here.
Greetings, fellow denizens and voyagers. This is Tidebreak, the station built into an asteroid so massive it withstands even the most vigorous of tides. If you're not already accommodated at one of our safe havens, or on the way out of the system, We now strongly advise you to engage your travel drive and haste into safety. That's it for now. Fly safe.
Yeah, buddy, we gotta go.
Okay, that should be sufficient. I will try to start the engine. Better stay clear of the exhaust.
Don't kill me with the engine.
Oh no.
Okay.
No, 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 no,
Or
no.
try to kill me with the engine, that's fine.
Warning, engine failure. Evacuate vessel to prevent loss of life.
No, we can still do it. I have figured something out. Broken wiring is interfering with the engine control. You can access and repair some of those using your spacesuit. Please hurry.
Yeah. I know where there's a broken wire, and it's in your brain pan. Get off that ship. It's a death trap.
Great. That shines some light on the other issues. Keep repairing. I will try to think of some way to fix it from in here.
Multiple systems critical. Destructive stellar event imminent. Evacuate immediately. Danger. Life support system failure. Evacuate immediately. Pelican, Vanguard.
Keep repairing. I will try to think of some way to fix it from in here.
Yeah, I'm leaving, dude. Good luck, bye.
We only need to fix the engine. Non-critical repairs can be fixed once it is docked. All right. It looks like I have to cut my losses. I will evacuate to your ship. Please pick me up. Please pick me up. I am floating here.
I hope I left a crew space open for you, or
Hello.
well, we're gonna find out
Can
if
I
I have
help?
space aboard my ship. Get
Goodbye.
Move. There we go. All right, Mister. Oh, great. Where are you?
You are too far away. Come back.
You're literally attached to my ship's gravity field. There's nothing I could do. Alright, Mr. What's the name? Dagabosas, Lagabosas, Hackabosas? The Bolsos Yokos, Lacos Yokos? Get out of my... get into my ship's gravity field, I guess.
You are too far away. Come back.
Where are you?
Approaching your ship.
What do you mean approaching? You just got slingshot out of there. That's one way to do it, I guess. Having a hard time there, buddy? If I smash him against his ship, then he should get thrown into my ship.
Requesting docking permission.
Denied. Oops.
Quick, we need to escape the looming tide. Let us head to Tide Break. It was built to withstand the event. I also have an acquaintance there who I would like you to meet.
Whew, made it. Well,
Tide break. Out of docking range. Docking granted.
There.
Successfully docked.
Ah, tide break. You feast for the eyes. Protector of people. Home of profit.
Something like that.
Friend, I made it.
I see that. But where is your ship?
Out there, not too far from the station.
Out there, you say? I see. Out there. So, you need a new one? How much can you advance me?
Let us say you will get a share of the first profits.
Sure, you can make that acquisition. I know you do not accept handouts. I have something cheap for you, but claiming it is a bit hands-on.
A scrapyard salvage.
Yes, one of those.
You know, I am an inexperienced pilot. I will probably not get it out of there without major damage.
Ah, there it is. Always a sight to behold.
There goes my property.
Is your friend over here a better one?
He sure is. Picked me up in my spacesuit and got both of us out of there.
Brilliant! That's settled then. I will be on my ship. You can meet me there, once you are ready for a salvage adventure.
Thank you so much for helping me.
Yep, no problem. See you later. Bye. Hey, wait a second. Isn't this the ship that I need to go to?
Welcome to Tidebreak, traveler. Enjoy your stay.
Yes, this was the ship I needed to go to.
Ready to rummage?
Yep.
Wonderful. Let's wait out the tide and fly off straight after.
So, how about now?
Ready to rummage? Wonderful. Let's wait out the tide and fly off straight after.
But the tide's over. The tide's already shot its load. Let's go.
Off we go to the scrapyard.
There we go.
Entering system. When
That one looks suitable. I'll drop you off as close as I can. Good luck from there. Once you're in, go to the pilot seat and start flying immediately. Even better, charge the travel drive. Once the laser towers recognize that this ship is back online, they'll almost certainly try to shoot you down. What are you waiting for? We're here. To claim the ship, find and scan a signal leak using your spacesuit scanner. Once you've done that, you will be able to dock.
Whoa, do you see that behemoth?
Nope.
I want that one.
I'm sorry to inform you that this product is currently unavailable. The display piece is sadly defunct,
Nope,
and,
that's not it.
if I may
It's,
add, quite above your price range.
Oh, whatever.
One can dream.
It has also been occupied ever since the Syndicate confiscated it.
Apparently it was too ambitious and militaristic for us Rakers, which is why it changed hands. However, they never figured out how to connect turrets to it without blowing them off, so it has been sitting here under construction for an eternity or two. Heard the current occupant is a rather unfriendly fellow, so better stay clear of it. The first laser tower just came online. You better hurry out of there before they blow you up. I'm out before I get noticed. Good luck, pilot. It was nice knowing you.
Let's see here. Where's my Raven prototype? What are you doing? Where's your wares at? Okay, you're making me money. That's good. I like that. The next thing I need you to do is pipe in water to... Let's see here. I need to get water to Riptide. The Queendom demands water. And to add insult to injury, I can just buy it from the Vigor shipyards themselves. Or the Vig themselves, I should say. Yep. And why this ship specifically is because even though this good is illegal to the Vig, this ship is immune to all scanning for cargo, so... Oh, I guess I have to wait till it's docked and sold its wares.
Entering system. Avarice.
Entering what now? Wow, this ship turns on a dime. What is this ship I'm flying? JP Morgan's knife, huh? What is it? Just regular all-round thrusters. I don't think it's just regular all-round thrusters. This ship has never turned on a dime like that before.
Is everything all right with the ship? No unexpected malfunctions? Wonderful. Thank you kindly.
Nope, that ship's a flaming pile of garbage. That's why I gave it to you. Okay, for the Queendom mission,
Hello there.
it will take 6, somewhere around 5 to 6 trades. But that mission will eventually get done. Perfect. How much money was it making from? I gotta look at that ship. How much money was it making from the whole parts trade from you? Not as much as I thought. I'm making more money out in Terran space. Interesting. Making a lot more money out in Terran space. Alright, what is next on the missions? There should be a free port, shouldn't it? Yeah. Let's see if I can get more EMP bombs.
Hydra.
EMPs are nice. Let's go get some EMP. Wait a second. At least my ship the cool
Welcome
way.
to Tidebreak, traveler. Enjoy your stay.
Can I help? Here you go.
Alright, these sell for a hefty sum of money. Nope, you can't have those. No. No secure containers. No, they don't have any spacesuit EMPs. No. I'll take the bombs though. I can't sell any of these, and I would really like to. The faction you belong to is civilian neutral.
Good profit to you.
I don't think there's any other faction in the game called civilian neutral, so there's no way to raise my relations with them. That's annoying.
Greetings, friend. I am currently at a station and will talk to the manager soon about trade and profits. After my eager consumption of negotiation technique guides, I am sure to strike a great deal. You should come too. There is profit to be made, and I may be able to teach you a thing or two about trade negotiations.
I need another trade ship. Oh, actually, I need to look at my trade ship to see. This one should have the upgraded engines. Nope. Right. There we go. How much faster are you? I think I just need. Oh wait, no. I just need to go talk to him. I don't understand why this sector is so laggy for me. It normally wasn't like that. Let's check the good old encyclopedia. Ooh, that sunlight bonus is redonkulous. But it comes at a steep price of trying to maintain a station here.
Entering Avarice 1.
Oh, I should have been keeping my eyes peeled. Whoops. Should have been looking around for, well, it's not like I've been in here very long. Need to look around for data vaults. Because there should be 5 more data vaults left to get, and those are all tied to this system.
Scrap Processing Factory. Docking granted. Hydra.
Hey, the negotiations have not yet commenced. Please come, as I am eager to repay you for your troubles.
So there's a right way and a wrong way to this conversation, and I will do the right way this time.
Hello.
Hello. It's a
Because
pleasure
you
to
don't get
meet you,
anything out
Mr.
of the wrong way.
Dalgobas Lahobasas Eurylos III. Let's get right to it. How much did you say you want to pay for these hull parts?
I know it is a low price, but hear me out. You are practically swimming in those wares. They take up storage space and hamper your production. Eager buyers like us are doing you a favor.
I'm not sure where you got that idea from, but we will have to turn down that offer. It is not profitable for our station.
Point upwards.
I believe we can come to an agreement.
Sure, but the price needs to be higher.
Yes, I see. However, it needs to stay below Commonwealth prices.
Yes, we can go quite low.
Thumbs up.
Brilliant. Then we have a deal.
Great! I will arrange everything, and you can get your trading ships going. It is nice doing business with you, Mr. Dagobas Lahubasus Eurylos III.
There you go. That's how you do that conversation the right way. And get the bestest of deals.
This went really well. I do not believe that we could have achieved a lower price. And we are undercutting the Commonwealth. We made a great team. Now it is time to make some profits. Buy wares at this station and find profitable trades on the market. Shipyards and wharves should be profitable buyers. Now look for the highest bidders and make a fortune.
Yep. So, in order to advance the quest, we gotta make a profit. Okay, so I'm still selling a ton of wares. I need to put more solar panels on this thing. Mm-hmm. Let's see what I can do here. Nope. It just too far in one direction. It pokes into the large dock. That's okay. So I can put these, or at least one. There we go. 2 more power. Ooh, that's a lot of money. Luckily, this station makes it a lot of money. And it's close enough to the Commonwealth that they will provide Claytronics and whole parts. Yep. There was a... Oh, the Riptide Rakers want to promote me. Cool. Minus 50% average. It won't matter who I sell those whole parts to. But I do need a ship that can handle the transfer. How's this mission coming along? It's not. What? Hold up. No more repeat orders. I have to manually order it because it's a mission. I bet that's why I couldn't find a trade. Are you at least close by? You are. Alright, cool. I want to make progress on this mission first, then. What a pain. You have water, don't you? Yep. That's okay. That actually works out great because you can come in, sell the water, and then. Yep, it's a mission, that's why. This is technically a pirate station tide break, but they don't buy any of the other illicit wares. That's more like it. Alright, now then, go into the trade menu. And who is buying whole parts for an insane price? Looks like the highest price around is the Vigor Syndicate, really? No. Don't I have other shipyards in satellite range? Wow, okay, well, that'll make it easy. Yeah, oh yeah. That is a little bit of profit. Excellent. Then I can find the resume water trade. Notice right now my ship is carrying the illicit good known as water. And it's not being attacked. Yay! And I'm even buying it from the VIG, which is even funnier. Because you'd think the VIG station would tell the rest of the VIG faction that, hey, that ship bought water. But nope. It don't work like that. That's not how the mechanics work. Yep, I don't think there's a single more useful ship in the game besides, well, till you actually get mods and things. Or can get the mod research done, I should say. Actually, before I assign that order, how much do they need again? 50. Okay. I want to be exact because that's not a It's not a typical wear that they just feel like purchasing. Oh, I can actually type into the field now. Oh, that's a nice bug fix. You normally couldn't type into that. Okay, that'll be the Raven prototype out over there. What does my station need? In Heretics End. What do you still need? Whole parts and Claytronics. Maybe if I just give you money. The boron high-tech trader Dolphin is supplying my station with Claytronics when I'm supposed to be using this station to sell the boron Claytronics. Ugh. This station might not be anywhere near as profitable as I think it is. Going to be anyway. Alright, we can get out of Tidebreak now.
Hello there.
By the grace of Her Majesty, you are now receiving the royal broadcast from the Queendom of Boron. It is my honor and pleasure to announce Her Majesty, Queen Polyphides.
With parliamentary ratification complete, I am delighted to announce our newly established defense pact with the Hatikva Free League. Our Queendom will now provide boron military ships to the Free League, which will be used to patrol and protect Free League space and installations against intruders.
Excellent. We can check the Free League off our list.
Sweet. Oof, I chihuahua my eyes. Wait, what was that? Did that just ping on a... Yep, when flying through these sectors, you need to keep an eye on the map, the mini-map, the radar, everything.
Riptide Rakers Shipyard.
Because of the data vaults could be anywhere. Doink, doink, doink.
Hydra.
Many among us have been watching your work with great interest and wanted to reward you for it. As such, I'm pleased to present you with a new rank as a token of our appreciation. Of course, we will also reward you with benefits. These benefits are linked to your rank, so they will be lost should you turn against us. But given how you have helped us out in the past, I do not see that being a real worry. I hope you find these rewards fitting to the work you've done, and that you are able to make the most of them. Once again, we really appreciate what you have done for us so far. We look forward to working with you more in the future. Good luck out there.
Oh, that'll be really nice, actually. That'll protect Hakiva against Xenon, hopefully. Oh, my asteroid belt station was just sitting on 7 million. Well, if you could just kindly give me that money, I'll be on my way now. What else do I need? I'm gonna go look around for those data vaults, but let's see. I'll look around for the data vaults a little bit manually, and then I might have to just litter this whole system with satellites, depending on how difficult it is to find them. There's no point in really looking too hard right now, because I can't outfit the Earl King at a shipyard that I own, because I don't own a shipyard. And you can't outfit the Earl King at any other faction's shipyard, because they won't own the blueprints. Or they don't own the blueprints. They never will own the blueprints. And everybody should always desperately want the Earl King, because that ship is as strong as a Xenon K, or actually about 2 Xenon Ks, in terms of destroying stations. And we do a fair amount of destroying stations in this game sometimes, so oh, right there. Been a long time since I've been data vault hunting. But I know when I see one. Donk. No, I missed one of these on the other side. Dang it. Well, backtracking across this is really good. Wait, no. Wait a second. Where is it? Here it is. Crap, I wasn't paying attention to which one had what door opened on it. Whoopsie. None of these had the goods. Wow. Ah, there it is. One out of 5 complete. Ah, the engine. Fine. Well, at least the money's nice.
Docking granted.
Give me the weapons.
Hello there.
There's why energy cells aren't worth very much money. Right there. That's a dedicated power plant. That'll drive the price down to minimum. Alright, before I go... Well, never mind. Oh, good. Okay, before I go flying off into the next sector, do want to give the area around these another once over, because more often than not, the data vaults will be sneaky and hide next to these. In my games anyway. Maybe not this time.
Entering Avarice 5 Dead End.
That just caught my eye. Where is it? Where'd it go? Yeah. It was like one right over here. One of these. Right there on that one.
Wonderful, partner. You have made a decent profit selling this ware.
Woohoo! Profits! It's a good thing I got my headphones on so I can actually hear those pings. It gets difficult finding them things. Oh, come on.
Hello there.
Oh, I forgot to look over the time. Well, I'll do that. I'll do that when I'm like about to end the stream or after I do end the stream. So you can watch all the timelines already on the internet. There are plenty of videos out there. Maybe I'll watch it while I'm traveling somewhere. Be a good idea.
Docking granted.
I don't remember what I got right there. What I get? What I get? Blueprints. Equipment. I got the Earl King large turret. The Earl King engine. I mean, the Earl King large engine or large turret is the one you want. That's the blueprint you want the most if you're gonna get the Earl King, because that's what makes it. Well, you want the medium turret as well. You want both turrets for the Earl King because they're insanely overpowered. You don't want the Earl King main gun blueprint because it's. I mean, I guess you do, but it's kind of lackluster. Much rather have the turrets that are strong as a K class. Maybe if the jump system for the next mission or announcement or something. There should be plenty of announcements and missions coming. Or being completed, I should say. Oh, what's that? There are a lot of anomalies in the system too, so you gotta be careful you don't accidentally fall into one. How we doing on this? That's probably pinging off of an anomaly. Or it's pinging off the one I already found. Couldn't hurt to go look though. Oh, yep, there's an anomaly right there. Lame. I hate this system. I don't even have any nav beacons to put down at those. Let me take a peek at something real quick.
Entering Avarice 1.
I've searched around Avarice 1 for... I found one data vault. So I found one here, one here. I need to check this system. And then the windfall systems. While I wait for the next objective from Yagabogus, Lagus Bogus, Luli Rosa's something the third.
Entering Avarice 4.
Wow, Avarice 4 is laggy. Nope, that's the wrong one. There we go. Well, I doubt any data vaults are in this system.
Greetings, fellow denizens and voyagers. This is Tidebreak.
I believe I have found another huge opportunity in the meantime. Let us meet up again. You know the Protection is the ware that protects stations in Avarice from being damaged by the tide. Well, we are on a station which cannot afford a shipment for the next tide. Mismanaged stations like this are a great opportunity for profits, as the managers will have to agree to suboptimal deals, allowing us to trade favorably. He is currently talking to Brantley North River, whose company produces and sells their patented Protection. Let us walk in and see how that turns out. If it does not go well, we have an opportunity to offer them the deal of our lives.
Well then,
Docking granted.
can't wait for another incredible deal. But first I need a different ship, because, yep, getting close to the tide.
Hello there.
And this one's not a small ship. Well, that's the Alliance Wharf, hang on. You know what? Let me get one of them scout ships over here from the Boron. This thing. See, I would have named this the Dolphin or something like that. It is very receptive to speed. Ion Gatling. What? No, no, no. Oh yeah, Ion Gatling. Look at that. Interesting. Where's the whatchamacallit? Well, I'll put the arc gun on it and see what happens. Yeah, all the nice stuff. I don't need that. Don't need that. Not gonna be using it for that. Ooh, that's a mill? Oh, what? Why does it cost so much? What's the, is it the engines that cost that much? It's just an expensive little boron ship. And they don't have the whole parts. Hey. Oh. They built a shipyard out here now. It's still in construction, never mind. They will have a shipyard out there. This thing's kind of a joke anyway, so whatever, if the joke's funny, then get the funny jokey joke weapons. not much less expensive than the the other ship.
Welcome to Tidebreak, traveler. Enjoy your stay.
The Raven's very close to completing this mission. Ooh. Maybe it's this ship in this system that's causing that. That's cool. Where are you docking? Let's keep going. Actually, now, while I'm just waiting for stuff, would be a great time to just look at the encyclopedia.
Earth scientists create jump gates. In 2022 AD minus 184 NT, Ashizawa Kazuko made a startling discovery. It was indeed possible to travel faster than the speed of light with finite energy. Kazuko had successfully established the principle of the tunnel jump. Skepticism was rife, but repeated experiments showed that the previously unknown student was indeed correct. Very soon, two huge jump gates were built, one sent to Mars and the other to Proxima Centauri in humankind's first attempt at interstellar travel. In 2041, contact with a ship carrying the Proxima Gate was lost, but after a year of frantic research, the Sol Gate once again found a connection. Scientists were stunned to discover that it had not connected with the Proxima Gate, but an unknown gate in a distant region of the Milky Way. Utterly by chance, Humankind had stumbled across an entire network of jump gates of unknown origin. It was an invitation that could not be turned down. The Flight of the Winter Blossom. With a connection to the vast alien jump gate network established in 2042 AD, the scientific community of Earth and the USC worked together to build Earth's first interstellar ship. The entire population of Earth was swept up in an unprecedented level of star fever, and the project took place under immense pressure. But 3 years after its construction began, in 2046 AD, the USCSS Winter Blossom, captained by Renee Farnham, was ready to face the stars. After a 2-year journey through the Jumpgate network, the Winter Blossom returned to Earth with results suggesting hundreds, possibly thousands of star systems. However, there was no trace of the gate's builders or any other intelligent life. Humanity, it seemed then, was alone.
Sorry for eating that. Just enjoying munching on something. Oops. Okay, this should be the last trip of the Raven prototype. Just waiting on the kid to come over so I can, or the KYD, I should say. Kid. So I can survive, keep my Hydra alive during the tide. Yeah, don't drill down on the vigor sector, I guess. I've already let them build way too many fighters.
The Terraformer project begins. In the wake of the USCSS Winter Blossom's discovery of an entirely empty alien jumpgate network, there were immediate and numerous calls for a colonization program. While rendering planets suitable for human habitation was possible with then modern Terran technology, it was still slow and arduous. Instead of sending human crews out for decades to complete this task, fleets of intelligent robot vessels, terraformers, were designed and built to complete it with speed, efficiency, and far less risk. Over the course of 30 years from 2066 AD, the first, second, and third terraformer fleets were sent out into the network to terraform a dozen planets inside their stars' biospheres. The Terraformer project is terminated. The use of artificially intelligent ships to help in Earth's colonization efforts sent shockwaves across the scientific community. Many argued the move would drastically accelerate the terraforming process without incurring the resultant increase in construction costs, and it was undeniable that there were huge economic and social benefits to humankind. Others questioned whether the use of truly intelligent machines was in fact slavery. Many were drawn into countless arguments over the definition of sentience. The Terraformer project's condemnation, though, came in the form of mathematicians and programmers that proved without a doubt that goal drift, changes made to the original programming of the terraformers caused by machine evolution, could not be ruled out. This, they argued, was a profound danger to intelligent life throughout the galaxy. In 2099 AD, the world government ordered that a safe self-destruct program be patched into the first, second, and third terraformer fleet's software, causing the immediate destruction of all terraformer units. The terraformer conflict. In 2145, fleets of mutated, long-forgotten terraformer ships, thought destroyed by the safe self-destruct command issued 45-6 prior, appeared in orbit around Earth. Their terraforming tools turned into weapons of war, as billions died in the ensuing firefight around Sol. The USC was caught unprepared, with few ships and minimal crews on each. The war put all previous conflicts to shade. In 2146, the crew of the USCSS Dragonfire, Nathan Ridley Gunn, Paul Ventura, and Frank DeFries, lured the terraformer away from Earth through a jump gate connected to the larger alien network, stumbled upon by the USCSS Winterblossom. As the terraformer fleet followed the USC fleet away, Gunn ordered the Dragonfire to destroy the gate to Sol, closing the system off to the network for hundreds of years. Earth was saved, but across the network, the terraformer war raged on. Many Terran colonies were razed before the ever-dwindling USC fleet could bring the machines to book.
That explains the jump gate over in the Sol system. Okay, where's the Raven prototype? It should be back here by now. Oh good, the kid made it too. Whoa. What was that?
Your mission manager will provide you with further tasks.
Nice. One final mission for the Queendom. And that one shouldn't take as long as I think I can get it all done. That is trying to lead me all the way out to the Queendom.
The ship will be undocking soon.
Good. Right now.
Can I help?
It's all silence until the music kicks in. Alright, how's this station going? Need more whole parts. Always need more whole parts. That high-tech trader Dolphin's been docked there for quite a while. I'm afraid that one's not unloading.
Entering Avarice 1.
The builder's under attack by boron squadrons. That's great. They've been trying to destroy the builder I hired. Sometimes the hijinks in this game just don't get old.
Yes, I understand. You cannot afford Protection for the next cycle. But that's really not my fault, and I have to look out for my company.
Your company needs hard-working people like us to sell that Protection too. Is there any deal you'd be willing to make? Anything we could negotiate for that Protection delivery? You cannot just leave us to the tide.
There is just nothing I can do for you. Good luck with that tide, and good profits in the future.
Good luck with that tide.
Greetings. I am here to help you secure funds for your Protection payment. For a price, of course. If you have wares to sell at the minimum market price, we will buy everything.
We don't have anything for you, Vulture. Besides, selling out wouldn't cover the cost.
I see. Maybe we can try and secure your funds for future favors. We will be back.
Actually, selling out would cover the costs. You're just being a whiner.
Friend. We will have to talk to the Syndicate about a loan. That is what they are all about. I know about one of their communication beacons in the area. You need to get close to establish communications. Be quick about it.
Well, aren't you a scale plate pack nasty person? Knowing about scummy things like that.
Hello there.
Yeah, trying to get an NPC to fly out to a satellite, not gonna go well.
Greetings, fellow denizens and voyagers. This is Tidebreak, the station built into an asteroid so massive it withstands even the most vigorous of tides. It looks like our star is especially shiny today. If you're not already accommodated at one of our safe havens, or on the way out of the system, we now strongly advise...
Wonderful. You found it. Let us establish communications.
Hello? Who is this?
Hello, Miss Syndicate Representative. We would like to apply for a loan. This concerns a station which cannot afford Protection for the next cycle.
I don't know who you guys are, or where you got wind of this beacon, but you had better forget about it before I get to you. This is the moment where you should engage your travel drive and start running for your lives. Go away!
But if they do not give us a loan, how are we supposed to... Quickly, come back to the station and let us talk to the manager and sort something out.
The sun's looking angry.
Scrap processing factory.
There it comes in all its glory. All that's left to do is pick up the shards.
This is horrible. The invisible hand ought to ensure supply. How is this supposed to be a free and competitive market if demand is not being met? We have to break the North River monopoly. We need a researcher to investigate this Protection. Do you happen to know any scientists?
Assistant, forgive me for butting in, but I could not help overhearing the conversation you just had with your companion. This so-called Protection substance and its properties intrigue me, and I would very much like to investigate this matter further. Perhaps you can assist me in my research. All you need to do is get me a sample of this enigmatic substance, and I will begin my research immediately. I am confident that there is a possibility of synthesizing the Protection. Once I have had a look at it here in my laboratory.
Excellent. Now, Protection is exorbitantly expensive, but I suppose we will not need an entire unit to conduct your research.
It might be our best course of action to approach the CEO of North River Company directly. We might be able to buy a small sample from him. If we can find him, that is. It is well known that he occasionally likes to flaunt his enormous wealth. A fellow trader just spotted him taking his most prized possession out for a pleasure cruise. I have sent you the coordinates of his last known location. Start from there.
Well, I found a bug, but it fixed itself.
Finds Vanguard.
Oh, no. Well, before you go spelunking into bug testing territory, you should probably
Kid.
research teleport. That was funny. That was really funny.
Hello there.
Speaking of research, I haven't heard back from Bosatan in a while about research progress. What are you doing? Why are you waiting on refined metals? What's the problem? bet storage is full. That's probably what the problem is over at Grand Exchange. Every time. I mean, it's probably listed in this mission log that the storage is full.
Yes? What is it you want? I sure hope you have a good reason for approaching me. I am quite busy, you see. What? Just a sample? Such a small quantity won't get you far. If you want to protect yourself from the tide, can't afford more, eh? Oh well, since you seem to be new around here, I'll allow it. Once. To get you hooked. Am I not charitable? I will even cut you a special deal. How about that? Here you go. I hope you leave as a satisfied customer. Oh, and by the way, don't for 1 second think that you can use this sample to engineer a competing product. It won't work. North River products are just too ingenious. Run along now. I have much more important matters to attend to.
I wonder if being obnoxious is his deliberate business strategy. No matter. It will make it all the more enjoyable when we pull the rug from under the North River Company. You want to take it back to the headquarters yourself? Go ahead.
Well, yes. But I actually want to fly my Hydra instead. Oh.
Hello.
It's in internal storage. Get that out of internal storage.
Entering Avarice 4.
Ooh, get almost
We
all my
have
money
new
back out
orders.
of that.
Navigation. Fly to the following position.
Affirmative.
Oh, yeah. That. Wait a second, didn't I just complete a mission for the Queendom? Where's my royal decree? I need 1, 2... Well, some of those are easily bought. Actually, all of that should be very easily bought. I'll probably get 2 of those for free. I will have to buy at least 1. Oasis. That Oasis is probably expendy.
Entering system. Windfall.
Ah, yes, the Raven prototype is done. Excellent, excellent. I need to use the Raven prototype for something. I think I can just grab some whole parts and plus 21% on average. What? 10% of the average? Wow, those are all above average prices. What do you do in game? Why so pricey?
Entering Windfall 1. Union Summit.
Oh yeah, if you're trying to buy Protection from Tidebreak, you can't buy it without a special ship known as a container ship. The Tidebreakers make them. So that's always nice. Nice 22%. How much are you again? Nice 23. That's good enough to buy. I'll buy those.
Entering system 18 billion.
There we go. That should be my station fully built. Took a while. That should do it. Or at least get it going.
Hello.
Entering system Grand Exchange.
And since I'll be the one covering all the costs, basically, I get all my money back. And I need 8 of these on here, and I have some money to spend. So I will be placing some down. It always changes the orientation back, which is interesting. It's a very interesting building kind of bug, I want to say, but it's not the worst thing I've experienced with building.
Entering Grand Exchange 1.
$1 million per solar panel. Oh, I can teleport now. You just hang out. Okay, what do I need to do? What do I gotta do to get you to supply the last amount of what is going on? I just need 100 refined metals. Wait, there's no refined metals anywhere? Or what is that? Refined metal. Yeah, refined metals. What are you doing here, Metal Raider? Why can't you find refined metals? Okay, you were just being lazy and not looking for refined metals. Cool. Maybe you need to slap a satellite near there so it'll know. Well, there's graphene refinery. How many sectors is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's kind of pushing the edge of what I can automatically get. Whatever. Oh yes. Okay, it's handling it.
Hello there. Ah, excellent. Pass me the Protection sample so that we may begin. Thank you kindly. I have added the Protection research to our agenda and listed the required secondary materials. Feel free to initiate the research at any time convenient to yourself.
Well, while I'm waiting on refined material, oh. Do I not have antimatter cells?
This will allow you to construct much improved equipment modifications. If you could, please gather the required materials.
Fine, fine. I haven't picked up any trade goods. I don't think so. Yeah. No use in coming here. Ah, I know where I want to go. Take me to the black market. The only one in the game, allegedly.
We have new orders. Navigation. Fly to the following position. Affirmative.
And while we wait, we can look at some more timeline stuff.
Earth's first contact with a Pyramid. In the wake of the terraformer conflict that had seen the Argon separated from their Terran roots, paranoia was so rife among them that peaceful negotiation between them and the first alien species they encountered was difficult to induce. First identified by the Argon as xenomorphs, then as xenon, before the word was irrevocably connected with the descendants of the terraformer fleet, tentative diplomatic talks with the Pyramid began in 130 NT, after years of small skirmishes, wherein both races had refused to identify themselves. Progress was slow, with neither race trusting the other, but eventually trade and information exchanges were negotiated that benefited the Argon and Pyramid both, technologically and culturally. Foundation of the Federation. Building themselves up from nothing after facing complete annihilation by the terraformers in the terraformer conflict, the Argon spread throughout the Jumpgate network at a far slower rate than the original Terran settlers. During this time, there were of course many disagreements over the direction of the Argon people, leading to the secession of both the Hatikva Free League and Free State of Solara from Argon Prime leadership. Despite their differences, however, they were able to join in an alliance, and in 241 NT, The covenant creating the Argon Federation, with Argon Prime at its capital, was signed. First contact with the boron. It was nearly 200 years after first contact between the Argon and Paranid in 323 NT that first contact with the Queendom of Boron was made. The Boron were very open to treaty negotiations, and it was a mere 4 months after first contact that trade and cultural accords were signed between Argon Prime and Kingdom End, the Boron home system. These accords formed a strong basis for Argon-Boron relations that have lasted ever since. The foundation upon which a close friendship between the two races was built. The Paranid, less trusting than the Argon, refused to sign treaties so quickly with a race with whom they had had so little contact. The Boron Campaign. Entering system. Silent. The peace that all three of the Argon, Paranid, and Boron had known for a year after the Argon-Boron treaties were signed was suddenly shattered when the Queendom was attacked by a fleet of unknown ships, accompanied by a flotilla of Paranid ships. The Boron were only able to survive the conflict with the help of the Argon, who were furious with the Paranid because of their sudden aggression. The Split, to whom the ships of unknown design had belonged, quickly made themselves known as an aggressive and war-hungry people who wished to challenge themselves against all, and for a number of years, small skirmishes with the Split were known to occur both in Boron and Argon space. The Community of Planets. In an effort to avoid further violence between the Argon, Boron, Paranid, and Split, the Community of Planets was founded in 328 NT, pledging to work together in all things and against all threats in unity. Attempts were at first unsuccessful, with only the Argon and the Boron in a so-named Guild of Founders. The Paranid and Split, respective relations with the Argon and Boron still in ruin, refused to join, instead making their own alliance. "200 years of Cold War." Following the initial, somewhat unsuccessful founding of the Community of Planets, there were years of Cold War between the Argon-Boron alliance on one side and their respective adversaries, the Paranid and the Split. Though all races saw moderate economic growth and technological achievement, it was fueled predominantly by the necessity to be ready for war. This Cold War state was finally broken in 489 NT, when the Paranid, after much long and difficult diplomacy, agreed to join the Community of Planets. Though for another 25 years, the Split Patriarchy stubbornly believed they could stand alone, they too were brought into the fold in 514 NT, when the second formal founding of the Community of Planets was completed. Earth scientists create jump gates. 200 years of Cold War. Following the initial, somewhat unsuccessful first contact with a Teladi. Contact with another species calling itself the Teladi was made in 550 NT. Ostensibly searching for their lost home, Yanamasura, the newcomers proved themselves shrewd business people with the uncanny ability to make the best of even the worst situation. Their introverted nature and ubiquitous tendency towards avarice proved uncomfortable to other races, but their financial brilliance all but assured them a place within the community of planets. Such was their dominance over other races in business and economic fields that the Teladi quickly became the primary financial power within the community, even introducing the credit as a community-wide currency to great success. Evolution of the Xenon. It is unknown how many terraformers ignored or survived the safe self-destruct order issued by the USC in 2099 AD, though it is suspected that most that did were part of the Second Fleet that was furthest away when the order was given. Over the years since, the word xenomorph, and then
Navigation.
xenon,
Prepare to dock.
has been intrinsically connected to the self-controlled and seemingly intelligent machines
Bring the
that
ship
have
in
plagued
slowly.
not just the Argon, but all members of the community of planets. If, as rumored, they are the descendants of these Second Fleet terraformers, then any hint of their objective to create beautiful Earth-like world is gone, replaced by an almost obsessive vendetta to annihilate all sentient biological life. Hydra.
By the grace of Her Majesty, you are now receiving the royal broadcast from the Queendom of Boron. It is my honor and pleasure to announce Her Majesty, Queen Polyphides.
We joyfully celebrate the institution of formal diplomatic ties with the Riptide Rakers of Everest. Working together, we endeavor to support this hardy band as it matures into a valued ally.
We can check the Riptide Rakers off our list.
Can I help? Here you go. Good profit to you.
Can I help? Here you go. Split wish you fortune.
Hello there.
The ship will be undocking soon.
Can I help?
Earth scientists create jump gates. Arrival of USCX and Kyle Brennan. No one would have imagined that at the peak of xenon activity in the community of planets, in 742 NT, a ship from Earth would arrive in Seaswell, a star system controlled by the Telati Company, using a functioning jump drive. Though there was much ado about the Terran pilot and his extraordinary ship, Kyle William Brennan quickly proved his mettle by volunteering to aid in the second xenon conflict, using the Terran technology equipped on the USCX, which far outstripped anything available in the community of planets, to cripple the Xenon central supply and power facilities. For this feat, Brennan was named the hero of the Xenon conflict. A new threat emerges. Years after Kyle Brennan's heroism, his son through Nino Gardner was arrested for ties to the Yaki Syndicate. Though Julian Gardner Brennan chose rehabilitation over imprisonment, his chance for true redemption came weeks later as the Argon colony of President's End was laid to waste by a fleet of unknown alien spaceships, later named the Cog after a split folktale. The Cog were relentless in their assaults, striking all across the Jumpgate network. The offensive could only be stopped by Julian and his close friends, Sayako and Brett Serra, who chased the Cog to Omicron Lyrae, where they were using Julian's father to unwillingly control an M0 class battleship. Julian was able to rescue his father and halt the Cog assault on the system, but only at the cost of Brett Serra's life. The President's End Massacre. The Argon colony of President's End had no military ships and a minimal security force when unknown alien ships jumped into the system with the use of fully functional jump drives. There was barely time to breathe before these same ships opened fire on station and ship alike, tearing the small colony apart in under an hour and jumping away before the nearest federal fleet could respond. The split would go on to name this new threat the Ka'ak, after a folk tale told to scare children. The community of planets would fight a bitter fight against them for a number of years. This onslaught left ships and stations to rust where they had been annihilated by the deadly Ka'ak Kion beam weapons. The Battle of Omicron Lyrae. The most famous battle of the Ka campaign, the Battle for Omicron Lyrae, saw community hero Kyle Brennan unwillingly used to control a devastating Ka M0 battleship, with weapons larger and more terrifying than anything ever seen by the community of planets. Only the intervention of Julian Brennan, Saya Ko, and Brett Serra, all named heroes of the community of planets for their efforts, stopped the M0 from destroying the heavily colonized planet of Omicron Lyrae, rescuing Kyle from the clutches of the Cog. While Julian and Saya went on to play important roles in the finding of Earth and the Terran conflict respectively, Brett was killed in the attempt to rescue Kyle and save the system. The race to find Earth. After the Battle of Omicron Lyrae, Kyle Brennan's desperate search for Earth became a staple of public opinion for many months. There were even those who believed his story and followed in his footsteps. These few included Ion, a goner, who asked Julian Brennan for his assistance in claiming Cog technology to build a new jump gate to Earth. With the task completed, Kyle, still with an active connection to the Cog hive, accidentally led the Cog directly to the gate, and then to Earth itself. If the Cog expected a swift victory in Sol, however, they were denied it, as the far superior USC fleet, greatly improved since their disconnect from the jump gate network, awaited them. Relations with the Terrans begin to cool. After their assistance in dealing with the major Cog offensives at the end of the Cog conflict, the community of planets was eager for Sol to join its ranks. The government of Earth and the outer solar system, Geos, the system-wide government of Sol, was willing to undertake a loose alliance with their long-lost cousins, the Argon Federation, alone, but declined the offer to join the community. Other races were hurt by what they saw as a slight against them, and relations slowly began to cool off. But the Jump Gate network once again knew peace for a short while. Operation Final Fury. Though the M0 class battleship used by the Cog at the Battle of Omicron Lyrae was destroyed, and no more during the rest of the Cog campaign, the Cog remained a dangerous threat to the community of planets for some time. The tide only turned against them when a connection to the Sol Gate was re-established, and the technologically advanced USC fleet were able to stifle the last major Cog offensive. After that, the community of planets was able to organize a counterattack against the Cog, using information gathered from Cog ships to locate the hive's point of origin and destroy it. This operation was known as Operation Final Fury, and is seen as the end of the Cog campaign. Entering system. Sanctuary of Darkness. Danger. Hazardous region detected. Autopilot. Entering system. Kingdom End. Entering reflected stars. Autopilot engaged. Entering Kingdom End 1. Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disengaged. Boron Shipyard. Hydra.
Pleasant travels.
Pleasant travels.
This will allow you to gain blueprints. If you could, please gather the required materials.
Hello.
Oof, I've been muted way longer than I thought I had been. Whoops. Sitting here talking to myself. That's okay though. Should be unmuted now. I hope. They gave me a chance to eat dinner too, so. I'm almost certain this is what I need right here. There we go. Ooh, I better do another one of them. That's not very flat. It's not a great place to generate signal leaks on because it will Need a better spot to generate signal leaks. Oh, right there might be good. See how close I can get to it. Maybe. Yeah. Oh, something's wrong. I'm inside of it now somehow. I don't like it. Perhaps there. Whatever. I'll just try it. I need to stop moving so it'll be easier when those pop in. Oh, nice. It worked out way better than I thought it would.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
Docking granted.
Alright, which of these is the small habitation module? That's the habitation module? What's the storages look like then? Okay, those are the storages. The habitation modules look like fins. Shark fins. Dolphin fins. Oops, that's not the button I meant to push. Actually, let me make sure I'm still... Yep, my mic's unmuted. Woohoo! This might be the dock, or the, large habitat. In fact, I'm almost certain that's the habitat right there. Yep, Boron Large Oasis, right there in the bottom right. Found it. Or which one did I need? I don't think I needed a large. I need a small. I bet. There's something that might be small.
Docking permission granted.
Short range transporter D.
What's it doing all the way over there? It's invulnerable. Or either that or I can't hit it. I kind of like this view. The engines are a little bright, but other than that, flying the ship around feels pretty good, actually. I wish the cameras are controllable to be a little further up. Ooh, that's a large oasis. So where's the small oasis at, if that's the large? That looks like a large oasis. Also a large. Still looking like a large on there. Yeah, the main Boron shipyard would probably have all larges. Where is the bow makers at? Those would probably be small. If I had to take a guess anyway. Well, that looks large too. No. That one looks smaller. How much smaller? That one definitely is smaller. With the whole part factory here. Nope, that one's looking like a large. Well, it might be a small one. It's right there on my left anyway. Right left. Oh yeah, that one's definitely smaller. At least I hope it is. It looks kind of big now. No. It's the biggin. Well, crap. Which one? Which size do you even need to get? I probably need a small, right? Yeah. Oh, nice visual. Okay, there's an M. A little smaller. That looks awesome. Probably wreaking havoc on my shields, but it looks amazing. So what's this? Oh, that's the administrative center. Good to know.
Entering reflected stars.
Need to check the factories over here for small size. Oh, might as well look at the microchip factory too. Nah, that looks like a baby. I don't think there are any small-sized boron biomes to steal from in boron space. Or to steal, I mean. No, that's a large,
Docking granted.
I think. Yep.
Docking aborted.
That one's gotta be like at least medium or small. Come on. Ah, medium. I have to go back out at the Queendom, I bet, and find the smalls all the way out in the struggling territories then. Large. I haven't looked at my credit balance in a while. What's going on over here? Where's the money at? Where's the research coming? Oh, the Tacoba's ready to go. And it's done a good job mapping out the Boron Queendoms.
Entering
So
Towering Wave.
I will be taking it with me. In fact, the Hydra will move itself out. And this will be a good test to see if medium-sized ships can make it.
Tacoba.
Hello there.
The Boron engines are way cooler looking. Ooh. This one's ready to be done being built? No. Oh no. Need to go get whole parts. Whole parts. Let's check the prices on whole parts. Because I know where to get a ton of them. I just need to make sure. Ah! Somewhere that's a little closer. Okay, whole parts are cheap. Very, very cheap. So, yep. Let's get those. Oh. Oh, the Hydra's actually using the safe route. Oh. Oh, they learned. The pathing learned to avoid the danger zone. What? That is cool. the AI used learned to avoid the danger zone. Wow, that's cool.
Entering system. Sanctuary of Darkness.
Either that or the nav beacon trail finally registered and kicked in properly, but I'd like to think that they just... I want to know what these little deactivated highway gates look like, or what they're all about. guessing that. Sorry. These still clearly have some sort of function.
Danger.
Is that combat music? That sounds good. Well.
Entering system. Great Reef.
Cool. My Tagoba is now out in safe space. Or safer space. And all of these stations look like they have all large. That looks like a medium. Unless I just don't know what I'm looking for. Okay, that one looks teenier in size. Actually, by a lot. What's that blink environment? To my right. Over there. Yes, right there.
Plankton Farm.
I'm not paying $8 million for a boron sanctuary. Or oasis, whatever. This is expensive. Oh, it's looking like a medium. No.
Identifying criminal vessels. Please assist in pursuit.
It didn't identify if that was a large, medium, small, or anything. Oh, it's a medium. Okay, I must have scanned a small at some point. There are no smalls. Or maybe there are, and I'm just not looking correctly.
identifying criminal vessels. Please assist in pursuit.
If there's a small dome to steal somewhere, I don't know where it would be.
Docking granted. Short range transporter C. Docking aborted. Docking granted. Docking aborted.
Hmm. I think I've looked at every station over here. It might just be a different module type altogether.
Thank you.
Thanks for your help.
This just looks like a connection structure. Or a disc defense platform. That's what I thought. This one's a bridge defense
Docking
platform.
granted.
Right?
Docking aborted. Docking granted.
Like, why do you think I keep wanting to dock? I don't. Doink. Hmm. Why am I not getting money from another station? Something ain't right here. Someone's holding out on me. That's what I thought.
Docking aborted.
Yep. That's the logistic overview now. Oh good, I'm producing enough energy cells to start making a profit off of selling them without using too much of them. Selling all the silicon carbide. I know I'm selling all the computronic substrate because I don't have any, and I have the means to produce. The efficiency is only 13%. What? Maybe that's my problem. Not that I think it matters, but maybe that's my problem. I bet the state. I bet they have a malice to. I bet this does have a malice to. Let's see. Sunlight. Yep. No wonder. But if I build a. Wait a second. I haven't been to the moon or Venus or the Earth over here. What am I doing? Whatever. I bet if I build. I don't want to build in Mercury. Even if it could supply 4 sectors over, even if it could supply solar energy cells over here, it's less of a hassle to just keep building more solar panels here. Even if it is inefficient. Neat. Boron stuff. Oh wait, I could just do this. And because I have cargo drones on this, the station should supply its own silicon carbide. Right? If I leave that alone, it will produce more and more energy cells, enough to hopefully keep this going for a while. I forget how many energy cells it needs, but it needs quite a bit. So maybe I should do this. So I'm not making money off of those energy cells, I actually need those to turn into something. You actually doing anything? Yes, you are. You're trading for my research. Good. Been cleaning out all the whole parts off of this trade station too. I shouldn't have a malice to, well, I hope I don't have a malice to power generation in this region. No, I don't. Good. Yep. Don't fill all the storage with that. You can't have 100,000 for that though. And when the buy offer time comes, no buy offer for everybody else, just me. Can't get drones in or parts in for drones. Ouch. Sucks. But I did get the storage built. It's perfect. Because now I can put the scraps, the scrap recycler on here. Build it in the regular space, please. Thank you. And that bad boy should basically just print money. Building materials as well. Actually, I do need to understand which side has what. Or where the build storage is. Which way this is facing to help. Oh, actually, yeah. No, that's fine. Either way, I put, shouldn't matter which way I put the scrap portion thing on. The scrap buses are... I mean, oh, well, I guess I have to build it a little further away. That annoys me when I can't click on that. That's not too bad of an estimate to build those two things. The energy cell should also be provided by the station. Because oh wait, no, I don't have drones. I need to get some cargo drones over here. The Claytronics should be taken care of, and so should the whole parts. For some of this. which side is the liquid storage? So which way will the... Okay, so the liquid storage is on this side facing away from the gate. Like directly away from the gate. So that means that the gate's over that way. Or no, yeah. The gate's like that way, which means this is facing to... I think that's fine. It should be fine for scrap. Should be fine. Excuse me, what was that noise?
Queen's Guard.
Okay, HK, you're being dumb over here. Alright. Oh boy. Speaking of being dumb over here, where am I? Maybe it isn't just the Queen's Guard that's being dumb. Forgot to stop my ship from moving while I was doing all that. It is just too pretty to not take a screenshot. But my print screen's not working, so I have to do this. No. Yeah. 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 Do this one. Now do this nipping tool. Into the video game. Okay, I don't understand. Here to here. Oh, it's full screen, that's why. Maybe the print screen button will work. Oh, if I change my keyboard binding over. There we go. Let's see if that worked. Nope. Why is print screen broken? Whatever, I'll figure this out on my own time. Still need to find a small... That's the other thing holding me back is research and the small... Oh! Research is not holding me back. I just need the small... habitat module for the boron. What does the small habitat module for the Boron even look like? There wouldn't be a habitat module. I guess I can go check the chem lab over there. I mean, maybe. Back to square one where I was looking.
Bofu Chemical Lab.
Oh no, I thought I already looked at that one. It was medium anyway. Forget which stations I've stared at. No, that ain't it. Too big. I know what to do. Yeah.
Hello. I cannot allow you to continue to exist.
Alright. The Bourne was throwing everything they had at that. That's funny. It's good to know that if you reduce the size of this Explorer command, then it doesn't take nearly as long. You don't have to reduce it by like a lot, enough to definitely cover enough of the sector to understand what's there. Looks like I already gave this Explore command out here. Yeah, do it again. Do it slightly offset so it matches. Okay. I wonder if they'll try to build a station out here. Oh, right there. Those are like the same size. Okay. I think I just found where I can steal the thing from. Unless there's a better one over here at this station. I mean, those are also comparable in size to that, but they are looking a little bit bigger. Maybe I'll have to look at that other one again. See how much smaller they are. But he'd only put a ring of those if those are dinky. Okay, those are definitely the right ones. They're like they're like equal in size to that. Like not even slightly bigger or smaller. Whereas this one that is definitely bigger. Even by a little bit. Okay, what about this one? What about this one? Maybe I can
Hello
just grab
there.
it on the way out of the system. No. Sweet. Good. Alright. So without further ado, let's go steal these ones. Well, you know what? Just because I'm on the ship and the AI is flying, and it's been, oh, I don't know, just a couple of hours since I last saved. Like 7 or 8 hours since I last saved. I should probably get a save game going. It would suck to have to lose all that progress.
Entering system. Sanctuary of Darkness.
Anyway, while we're waiting, let's go find out where that plot of land is that they want. Oh, I should. It probably won't tell me where it is until plot of land. It's not gonna tell me till I get the small oasis. Else I could have already had most of the station built.
If you could, please gather the required materials.
Oh yeah, I also need to dock this at a station and check out the
Entering system.
see the
Kingdom
weapon
End.
mods and the shield mods. Oh, and I need to dock it at a wharf to check out the other weapon types as well. Or to try out the other turret type. Because these ones are kind of lackluster in my opinion. Okay. They've got the small ones right there.
Hydra.
Out of my chair.
Hello there.
At least I hope that's the small ones. I've been looking all over for these. Come on, be a small one, be a small one. Yes! That's what I need right there. I'll probably have the most progress on out of almost everyone. As far as Boron content go, except for like the other plot lines completed. I know I'm behind on doing all the other quests. Need to boost way slightly to get a better look. When the okay, there we go. I can see all four of the signal leaks. Booyah. It's gonna take all four to unlock it, I guess. At least to better unlock it, the research did just complete for habitation modules. Oh, that's not funny. That's not funny. It's stuck in the bottom of it, and I can't get close enough. Why are you like this game? And I have to look for a way to glitch into it. I hate this. Did I unlock the blueprint or not? No. Give me the blueprint or you ain't gonna like what I'm gonna have to do next to get another EMP. If you're watching, oh wait, did I just make a save? I did just make a save. Good. I can either reload a save or do some crafting.
Royal Trading Port.
Nah. Now it's really gone. Well, I'm gonna try loading the game and trying again. What a royal pain.
Entering system. Sanctuary of Darkness.
I don't know if I trust the NPCs to fly over to the right spot. No, that's alright. Let them try though. Maybe I'll make them recalculate their path real quick. Yeah, it works. They definitely know where the safe zone is. That's cool. Oh wait. Uh-oh. Maybe they don't. No, they definitely do. They're just dodging an asteroid. Alright, I can fly better than this.
Hydra.
Get out. You're lovely, but move. Wheel. Just a little thunder.
Danger. Danger. Hazardous region detected.
You know, I bet if I fully
Entering
explored that
system.
sector, it would
Kingdom
probably turn
end.
all those little loops back on. I'm gonna have to try that. I'm gonna go explore the rest of them, and then I bet Boso Ta will chime in and be like, "Hey, you notice all these things?" I'm like, yeah. Oh, we should do some research and activate them. Yep. It would make this region a whole lot safer. If I had to bet money, I'd bet that that would be the trigger that caused him to do that, is to explore at least one of them. Maybe all of them. Never know till you try, I guess. Beauty. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, I need a nice flat spot. Yeah. And I guess technically this counts as a flat spot. But how close can I get to it? No, yeah, see. If I tried it there, it gets stuck under the invisible wall and I couldn't get the leak. Why does this have to be so unnecessarily hard? This might work. And then I need to upgrade my ship basically and change out the weapons. That'll be the fun part. I need to test those guns against Xenon or something. Alright. Do not spawn in the spot I can't get to. I only see, okay, I see 3. Where's the 4th one? Oh, I think I saw the 4th one. Good, good. Don't give me the blueprint that I need. Nice, 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 nice. Oh. No, not again. No, no, no. No! Why is it always like this? The 4th one's always underneath some impossible to get to invisible wall. Why? Why do you go soft? Why? I do have research unlocked to get the habitats, right? Man. I'm either getting really unlucky on the first few, like, or the first few data leaks I scan, or the game is intentionally programmed to just not give it to you. Or put these in really hard to get spots that you will not get to. But I don't think that's the case. Well, I'm starting to think that's the case, but I don't think that's normally the case. That is so aggravating. Got an idea.
Docking granted.
If I can use the ships.
Hello.
If I can align the ship's
Can I help?
spacesuit
Sir?
docking port with that exact spot with the signal leak. It's right there. I should be able to force myself into the building, maybe? Oh, auto-rotate, you're ruining everything. Stop it. Alright, I have no idea if that's lined up. I mean, I have an idea, but I don't know if it's close enough. It was pretty close. Okay, we just need to go forward into the...
Docking granted.
Forward into the left. Yeah. Move the ship forward a little bit and to the left. Just a little bit. So the positioning is perfect, but the ship won't nudge me into the...
Docking granted.
Maybe if I can get the ship closer somehow? Nope, holding down the thruster up key. Rotated. Did everything. If it don't work, I guess I'm going back to reload and save and choosing a different spot on the station. No, that's not good. Come on. This has got to be the hardest blueprint steal in the game right now. This is why I always look for flat spots on the stations to put a EMP bomb on, or else it is such a pain. This is one of my very few gripes about the game. Everything else has been fantastic. Or at least, you know, I know how to work around it. It's been actually pretty great. It's been fun to play, fun to stream. It's been fun to make videos on. Alright. That was a no-go. Where? Oh, where? This looks like this could be promising. Yeah. Maybe. Oh yeah, I found a good spot. Okay. I can even clip into the station a little bit when it trolls me and see exactly where they are. Right. Is this even the module I want anymore? I can't even tell. Yes, yes it is. Okay. One, two, three, four. Oh, they're probably all easily get to. I'd be able to get them. Ah, first try. Hey. Like I never reloaded a save.
Excellent. You have acquired all the necessary station module blueprints.
Yeah, or you could have just gave me the blueprints from the get-go, bud. Give me that permanent trade subscription. I'm not even going to use it. I just want it out of spite for doing this so many times.
Hydra.
Alright, time for one of the cool parts. Let's, yeah, I'll probably just go here and do it. The other wharf isn't as well supplied. I think these are the ones I want. No, those aren't the ones. Wait a second. These ones. Yes, these ones. These ones are the ones. They're well
Hello there.
supplied enough to do that. These are slow, kind of slow firing, but they do the job and they hit pretty hard. Okay, never mind. These are slower firing, but they do medium drive disruption. Ooh. Excels at its intended purpose of intercepting fighters. That thing looks like it turns. I am going to try one of these. Normally I'm very against railguns, but it doesn't say it needs to charge up to use. I'm definitely going to try one of these just because no charge up to use in the description, and holy crap, probably because I can only afford one too. that projectile speed is insane. Which means accuracy is going to be very good. Well, maybe not insane. But definitely better than some other weapons. Most other weapons. And now that I have the blueprint, I can see where to build the station and just get rolling right in on that. Where is it? 18 million. Literally build the station anywhere you want. Wow. Just wow. Fine then. I will build it anywhere I want. What does it need? A 5x3x4. That's pretty simple. Strange it doesn't want any weapons. I'll have to see if it lets me keep this station or if they take it, because I may have to do some tomfoolery and make them fight the Talati for this sector by giving them an administration center. Or maybe they'll just show up and patrol this sector and I can steal their ships. The big brain move.
Entering reflected stars.
Yeah, so 5x3x4. Well, it won't progress if I don't get it right, so. Oh. 5x4x4 looks good. How much will that be? Oh, it's cheap. Ooh. Why is it so expensive right there? Oh, it's way expensive over there, dude. I thought I saw 40. Wait. 80,000 is not bad. Okay, cool.
Hello there.
Hello there. Requires 1 boron standard docking area. Or the one I would use is regular docking area. 1 pier. 1 container that's small. 1 house. Only 1 disc defense platform. But no weapons, oddly enough. And then it needs 6 shield generators on top of everything else. That's fairly easy. Alright, here we go. You know what, just to be obtuse with this placement, I can place in red as long as I don't grab another.
Entering Kingdom End.
Oh, come
1.
on, let me put it up there. What? I see a connection point on top. Oh, it extends too far. And I grabbed a separate module, so it deleted it. Ugh. Ah, wow. What just happened? Why? Why are you like this building? Yes. Why is it like this? Why does the plan build mode just sometimes decide to just go, nope, F you, no build for you? Either it tells you to F yourself, or it flips your modules like upside down when you're just about to attach it just right, you have it just the way you want it, and it's like, oh, that looks real nice. Flip upside down. Like, why?
Navigation. Prepare to dock. Confirmed. Requesting permission to dock.
There we go, just to be obtuse. So put the pier right there.
Bring the ship in slowly.
Just so any large vessels docking have to struggle to get there. Watch the game crash after I confirm changes. I laugh so freaking hard. Only needs one disk defense platform. I guess there's fine. Needs one Oasis. Perfect. What else does it need? One small storage container, specifically. Yes. And what else? Got that. Got that. Got that. Got that. That. They didn't say they needed production of anything. I think that's all the things. Now it just needs 6 shield generators.
Hello.
Oh. 1 and 2. 3 and 4. 5 and 6. Perfect. What a beautiful station. Wait a second. How many gun points was that? 6 large turrets. Okay. 6 medium turrets. So this thing's gonna be fairly good on turret coverage for such a small building comparatively to the rest of the station. That's not bad. Oh yeah, and it's all built with Commonwealth stuff and water. Ooh. You can easily afford it, thanks to my economy, for which this playthrough is named after. Let's make the Riptide Rakers build it. Perfect. I mean, all of the Talati traders should be like tripping over themselves to come and supply this station with everything it needs to be built. They should all be like fighting each other to the death to try and supply the station because they're like master tradesmen or trading people. All they live is for profits, and there's profits to be had. And a fight to the death for profits. I particularly like where I put the pier too. It's like, what's that? It's like it's your move now, station build storage. Where are you gonna go to get in the way of the pier this time?
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
It wouldn't even surprise me if the build storage just went dead center right in front of the pier and blocked the pier.
One more thing. Submit your receipts when you transfer the station, and Her Majesty's Treasury will process a reimbursement.
The station is missing a required module. Make sure that you have not confused the requested module with another. You will need to assign or hire a builder to start construction.
What's it missing? What do you mean it's missing something? You shut up when you talk to me.
Hello.
Alright, I put the luxury docking area on it. I put the pier on it. I got the storage. I did put the Oasis on. I put the disc on. I put 6 shield generators on. Yeah. Docking. Pier. Container. Oasis. Disc. Right. This should be right. Right. This could be a little less obtuse when I'm trying to, like... I could use, like, a direct comparison inside, like, here somewhere. Yeah, like, so, like, all I gotta do is be able to count to 5. Pretty sure that's 5. Ain't missing nothing. All the gelati in this sector should be tripping over themselves to supply that station. And then I should get a steep discount for all of them trying to undercut each other. Ooh, that took most of my money. Ooh, the loadout's done. Let's try this out. Okay, wait a second. Then what is this dock area then? Oh, this is the fabrication bay. Ah, that's clever. That's not a docking area, that's a fab. Alright, so... weapons testing. Got a railgun. Okay, so these weapons gimbal and track the mouse cursor. Does this... oh, the railgun's slower, but yes, it gimbals. Ooh, a gimbaling railgun? Okay, yeah, I'm in. How much faster is the projectile versus the others? Comparable. It's very comparable. Hang on, I gotta find. That wasn't a very good comparison. Not a good comparison. How can I do this? I mean, the encyclopedia should tell me everything I need to know about that, but it won't, or it don't. Or it does, but I mean, does it? You can't trust the information on the encyclopedia because the weapon breakdown, or the weapon guide, broke down all the stats to understand them, and they realized that a lot of the encyclopedia calculations are broken in some way or another. I I mean, 8,000, this should have crazy projectile speed versus the others. Like, this projectile's 5,000 less. But when I shoot them out, it don't look that much faster. Right. Gimbaling railgun. Oh, I can't afford that. I can't even afford one more of them. Nope. I guess that's, yep. That solves my issue for now, I guess.
Navigation.
I love that navigation has to like, get up and walk all the way over there. Well, float in this case.
Prepare to dock.
Acknowledged. Requesting permission to dock.
Docking permission granted.
Bring the ship in slowly.
Acknowledged.
Wait, why is navigation the only... Why does Navigator's console not need a view of the outside? Come on now, that's just cruel. That's not right. Weapon mods, shield mods too, because this thing's got a crazy shield. Alright. I forget what that one does. Perfect. Railgun. What would a railgun... Okay. Alright, the negatives are hidden. Ooh. Rotation speed. The rotation was kind of slow on this. Wait, there's 3 different cooling variants. What's the difference? Okay. Oh wait, that one doesn't have a downside. That's its biggest upside. This one can have 2 properties. Oh, this one can have 2 very negative properties. And a low roll to boot. Oof. What about that one? Oh. So the damage straight up takes a hit, but the cooling's almost 50% better? Yeah, this seems like a very middle of the pack kind of roll here. Okay, that's almost topped out in rolls. I don't know about the negative roll. I don't know how good or bad that'll get, but for the good roll, that's almost max. I'll live with that for now. And then for these, because they don't have any cooling, the slasher, I believe, is the best one it can do. Because weapon cooling don't matter. Ooh, weapon reload might matter a little bit though. The other one have a positive on that? Ooh. This one's almost capped out on damage, whatever. I want the reload. I want them all to shoot at like the same time. Good enough. I don't want to spend all my money on just on. Ooh, okay. Yep, good enough. Okay, all done. It'll be interesting to see what those weapons do. Okay, recharge rate. I mean, I guess. Recharge delays also like almost non-existent anyway, 0.33 seconds. So 20% of something, a small number, would be ridiculously pointless. The capacity, however, that's a 26,000. Yeah, that could be a whole lot of shields if I had a percentage multiplier to that. Or that could be a good amount. Oh, and it's applying to all 3 shields at once. So nice. Recharge rate is interesting, but these are very low numbers. I'm tempted to do recharge rate if I didn't get a really low roll. It got worse. Nice. Oh, got better. Okay, yeah, small number. Let's try capacity, because this should produce crazy results. Or just, yeah, 3,000-ish, almost 4,000? Mineral. One more. Oh, okay. That's not as crazy of a result as I thought it would be. Ooh. Alright. Let's give this a shot. Actually, I don't need to pilot my ship at the moment. The Hydra can just casually take me over to a combat zone. Or the pilot can, I mean. And what better combat zone to test out on than
The ship
the
will be
tried and
undocking
true?
soon.
The ship will be unlocking.
Can I help?
Right, sweet. Let me finish looking at. What was I looking at? I unlocked all the timelines. I don't think anything needs my attention anymore. Everything else should be pretty much automated to the point where it doesn't need me to micromanage it so hard. Ooh, yeah, I'm getting that computronic substrate out there, and they are immediately coming for it. Instant sales, and this substrate is the money maker. These are going for 8K per unit, so that's gonna add up real quick. And even the micro lattice is going, even though it's going for a very small price, it goes in huge quantities. Okay, we're still having trouble getting resources in.
Hello.
We're having troubles getting the builder in. Oh no, everything's building. Okay, cool. Cool. This is going to continue producing more and more money for me. My money printer factory is doing its job. printing new money for me. Am I researching anything? That's
If you could, please gather the required materials.
nice. How are the drones coming on my Heretics End factory? Ooh, everything's being built. Or should be being built. Yeah, everything's... Oh yeah, and then I'm gonna be getting the scrap factory up and going. And then I'm gonna start making money on
Entering
Playtronics and all
reflected
parts.
stars.
Need to go steal a tuta and buy a manticore too. There we go. I knew I had millions just sitting in there somewhere. Wait, how much is a tuta to just buy? Maybe I don't even have to steal one. It's kind of a... It might be more worth it to just buy a tuta. Who sell tuta to me? It's either the Vig or the Donya. The Riptide Raker should sell this to me, but I don't know if they will. Oh, yes they will. And its base cost is 3 mil. Ooh, 5 mil. I don't think it'll necessarily need shielding. I mean, one large shield is probably all it'll need. Right. And this thing is pretty darn slow. So to send it, you'll get refit with flak just because the turret positions on this thing are really bad too. Which means it's a prime target to steal one of these, because, yeah, those turret positions are real bad.
Entering towering wave.
About 5 mil to get me one of them. I don't know if I even need one of them. Let's see, where should I buy a manticore from? Who's got... No, you don't got it. The Vig, I don't think sells it. I could get it from the Riptide Raker, but I don't want to. I don't want to. I think Telati have one because they have the scrap station.
Hello there.
There we go. And the Telati engine should actually be good for hauling heavy stuff like potentially the cube. I don't need this to haul ass. And it's not meant for combat. I mean, might as well go for better shields. I didn't expect this to have a blurb of or a whole list of words to read, or a whole paragraph list of words. Blah. I don't think this needs a targeting computer because the whole scrap mechanic thing is. I mean, it should be mandatory if it doesn't work without it. So yeah, let's just go without and see what happens. And I don't think the service crew levels up because this is just a piloting kind of deal. Although I was in one, and it at least takes one other service crew member, gives them a spot to sit at. Oh, they're missing advanced electronics, so it'll take them a while to build that. See if I can buy one from here. Yes, in fact. And the minimum preset is a whole lot cheaper. Hold up, wait a minute. Cancel that order. It's way cheaper to get it from this pier. It's not even close. Or pier, dock, wharf, that's the one. Derp. Yeah. It's significantly cheaper here.
Entering system. Sanctuary of Darkness.
The Sanctuary of Darkness. And I'm gonna give it to a lot of engines anyway. When compared to the Argon engines, those Telautic engines look different. Oh, never mind. They look the same. There's different colors. But the Telautic engine should handle the weight load a lot better. Normally I'm against travel engines, but this thing goes so slow that it shouldn't. It won't make a difference, really. I think. Let's find out. Yeah, no, it won't make a difference. No. And this will build right away instead of having to wait for it. Nice. Alright, does my pilot know where to fly? Yep, taking the safe route. Nice. I love that. I love that I sent pilots through here before and they'd fly through the danger zone and blow up, and now they learn to not do that. That is so cool. Oh, while I was here.
Hello there.
Oh, while I was here. I bet I can
help?
re-enable the
Goodbye.
whatever these little accelerator gates are. They're not here for nothing. There's gotta be a reason they're all there. Let me fully discover at least this very center part.
Danger.
Lightning strike scared me. What? Loopings? What's that all about?
Danger. Danger.
Alright, come on, Bosota. Make a comment about these things and why they're not working. Can't interact with them. Can't scan them. It looks like it's coming from directly over there. Maybe I have to scan the start and end points of each one, or look at the start and end points of each one. Yeah, you can see where the other endpoint is here. Why does it mean? Okay, this is technically a accelerator gate, but it doesn't work. But why? Still got a little bit more to explore around here. Maybe we'll find out. Driving me insane. Oh, need to go a little left. Perfect. I'm gonna find the reason why these things are turned off in here somewhere. Just need to make sure I'm not going down too far. I should not do that. There's another path out that way, and it looks like there's another path that extends right there. And it looks like there's a path this way, maybe. No, there is no other
Danger.
path. Hey! Danger what? Don't you danger me. Show you danger. Okay, so the KHK hive, there is no hidden path over this side. At least not that I'm aware of. So it's either there's got to be something hidden behind the other KHK hive, or there's something up that top path out the north side of the sector. Like dong. There gotta be something. Let me check the Discord real quick. What is these things used for? How do you even spell that?
Danger.
Danger what? Don't do that to me. Traveling too far to the right. There's like gotta be a path right there, and that just shouldn't lead to nowhere. Or there's a path over here behind the KHK hive. That also shouldn't just lead to nowhere. And I've already tested that these KHK are pretty passive and docile. Oh, hang on. There's no hidden path over here. Oh, the KHK are getting mad. They're angry, they're angry. My turret should flip around and shoot them, right? They still angry? Oh yeah. No, no they're not. They got over it. Alright. Oops, sorry about that. Where are the asteroids? Because this don't seem like a good idea anymore. Yep, when things don't seem like a good idea, make a save. Oops. It's in the middle of saving, so the game will just sit there and be like, oh, there we go, there we go, there we go. Alright. Well, here goes nothing.
Danger.
Scares me every time. Secret pathway. Got an achievement. Wait, what do you mean darkness lifted? Am I out of the danger zone? What's that? Oh, secrets! Oh, I knew it. I knew there'd be something out here. I found it. I found secrets, chat. Come on, Bosota. Where's the voice lines at? There's something glowing in there. What's glowing? Lockbox.
Danger.
Yeah, danger. I knew there was a secret out here. I just knew. And then I first press save just because I don't want to blow the lockbox up. Okay, this weapon's way too powerful to just shoot at that lockbox with. I'm surprised Boso isn't like just chirping in, being like, "Hey, you found
Danger.
You found a MacGuffin XYZ." No, that's why I saved. No one knows anyway. No one knows. Come on. I'm gonna get whatever I can get out of this lockbox, and hopefully it reactivates the things. That's not a very satisfying guesstimation. Oh, there's a secret out here, so hopefully. Well, I'm gonna jump out of the spaceship in the spacesuit and immediately get hit with a lightning bolt and die. I guarantee it. Gonna happen. Then I'm gonna laugh really hard about it. What in the hey? Where's the thing I'm looking for? There. There.
Hydra.
Okay. You won't move. Oh, that's a repair. That isn't a. Ah, I knew it. I knew I'd get hit with the lightning bolt. I knew it. I knew it. Fucking called it. Fucking called it. Alright, turn off auto rotation. Flip it upside down so I get protection from the lightning bolt.
Danger.
I remain unconvinced that this will protect me, but maybe it will.
Hydra.
Hello. Hello there.
Hello there. Alright. Get close and break. Airlock's open. Airlock's open. Let me in before I die. Oh, oof. That was tough. Well, I think I'm gonna cry now. All that for a security container or security thing. And I died anyway. It was a trap. It was a trap. Gain access to the black market, the rarest achievement I'll probably never get. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, I just, oh, that's sad. Oh. Oh, there's lots of things to do still. Oh, my. Can't wait for that station to be done building it. Get done being built. That's what I'm trying to say. Alright, well. That was a lost cause. Maybe.
Danger.
Discovered all the points of interest in here. Ooh. You wanna fight, asteroid? Looks like you wanna fight. Alright, I'm out of here. Actually, what is it?
Asteroid.
Why does it say empty?
The station is missing the necessary shields.
Oh, he's not talking about this. Damn it, Bosata. Every time. You give me false hope every time. Think I found some way to activate something cool.
Danger. Hazardous region detected.
There's clearly something going on at the Xenon asteroid, but it's probably story log.
Entering system. Great Reef.
Alright, pilot, take over. Carry on your orders. What were your orders, by the way? That's fine. Let's see. 18 billion factory is being built.
Hello.
guess it's been fully, everything is okay. That's exactly what you want. Oh, it's missing field coils and whole shield components. Those won't be hard to get at all, actually. I hope. Probably shouldn't say they're not hard to get and then not be able to get them.
Entering system. Barren Shores.
the, the carrier's trying to kill the build ship over here that's building my station. You're doing a good job over there. That's all I can say. What did I say? I needed shield components and what now? 30 shield components, sure, 30 field coils. Oh, there's the field coils. Here's the shield components. Oh. Well, just go to my one-stop shop in Haktiva. They seem to got it on. Give me 30 of them things. And only 30.
Entering system. Watchful gaze.
And 30 of these. And go deliver those. I don't think I have to do anything else to that mana core. It can just come over here and be ready to work. Oh, my station's done being built. Nice, 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 nice. Now then, it is going to take a ton. Oh, I'm glad I saw that. And I'm glad I saw this.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, I don't know if I want Claytronics and whole parts.
Entering
I think at the
system.
start I do, because
Heretics End.
that way I can build more solar panels right at the start. And I'm ready to start scrapping with my scrap station too. Perfect. Here come the money. Oh yeah, here come the money. What do I need for the drones that are missing? Drone components and smart chips. I have a feeling I can get those at Diva's Choice. I just have this feeling. Drone components and something like smart chips, like 200 of them. Well, I might as well get 400 of them. And 40 drone parts. That didn't work like I
Entering
thought it would.
system. Morningstar.
That's how okay. 40 and 400. And then I'll get those out over here. And, that should give the station the parts it needs to build the drones. Okay, that's solid storage. I don't really care about solid storage. That can be automatic because there's nothing. I'm not bringing ore into the station. So we can use the whole solid storage.
Entering system. Atikva's choice.
Please take container storage, and that'll have to be split up with the energy cells. I think I put a limit on those already. I just need the manticore to get over here. Wait a second. Excuse me. Ooh, the Asgard showed up in the wrong. It's gonna get its butt.
Hydra.
Hello.
Hello. The Asgard's gonna die. No. Although it seems to be fine. Okay, I want to try this weapon specifically against the Xeno.
K.
Oh yeah, the Asgard's taking its. As soon as it's done having its way with the Asgard, it's gonna try to get me. Ooh. Oh no, the Tyranid Adventure Core now. 2 shots to the face. As long as you don't destroy the intervention core, I don't care.
P.
Oh. Oh no, you don't.
Danger. Danger. Danger.
Great work. The Boron Queendom will now be able to establish proper diplomatic relations with the Tilati Company. In addition to your reimbursement for the station building expenses, Her Majesty wishes to provide you with a new ship as a bonus. You will be able to find and claim a new Corvette at your station.
Okay, so the Queendom is open for business. That should draw some Tilati attention.
By the grace of Her Majesty, you are now receiving the royal broadcast from the Queendom of Boron. It is my honor and pleasure to announce Her Majesty, Queen Polyphides,
What the hell am I being hit by?
We are pleased to announce the re-establishment of diplomatic relations with the Talati Company. Our proud societies have much to gain from a thriving commercial partnership.
Most satisfactory. The Talati Company can be marked off our task list.
P.
Not just some small ship. You can't just show up and think you're gonna do anything. You should expect me to show up is to die. Come on, Asgard, whip around and kill that K. It's a sitting duck at this point.
K. Asgard.
What? How's that the Asgard? No, the tower. Shoot the little laser towers, will you? You just need to double check and make sure all the the things you're getting, the graviton weapons are off this thing, and then use this cloak.
I'll wipe you out.
Alright, Terran Intervention Corps, dude, kill it. Go repair your ship. I don't care what you do. It should be safe now. You owe me one for bailing you out.
K.
Now then, apparently I have a new ship. Sweet.
You're finished.
A Regal Hydra. Ooh. Yeah. Alright.
Hello.
I'm not even gonna look at it. I'm not gonna issue orders to it. We're just gonna go fly over and look at it. I'm not even gonna click it on the list. All I know is its name right now.
You're finished.
Ooh, I got the I got like $8 million from that mission reward. Or something like that. Where do I look at the mission reward here? Congratulations, promotion ceremony. Whoa. Whoa, you do not need that kind of money. Where is... It's gotta be under transaction log. There it is. Woo. Mission reward 8 mil. Feels good. Did you do the research yet? Looks like... Oh, okay. Now you're doing the research. Lazy.
Entering system. Argon Prime.
After we're done repairing my ship, go dock at the station. Or wait a sec. Oh, it's over here. They left it at my Grand Exchange station. Ooh. Oh, I want to click on it so bad, but then I'll know what it has. I can build the rest of the solar panels on this station. It needs 4 more. It needs 4 more solar panels. And I should do that right now while I'm thinking about it, because then I'll end up spending all my money on something else, and the station will not produce the wares that I need it to fast enough. Yeah, one thing at a time. Come on now.
Navigation. Prepare to dock. Affirmative.
Nope.
Requesting permission to dock.
Docking permission granted.
Bring the ship in slowly. Confirmed.
He does it always assume the wrong thing. I'm gonna try to snap these onto the station, and the station like flips it sideways or like upside down or something.
The ship will be undocking soon.
It's like that. It's like that parent screaming at the child meme. Why aren't you normal? Ah! Yeah. That's trying to build in this game in a nutshell. Whew, better confirm that those module changes are okay, or else it will refuse to build more on top of that. Alright. Slightly separate it, just move away from it, move away. There we go. Now just turn. Yes, like that. And I need to use the green one. Like that. And now it will refuse to go back over that direction. I hate you.
Entering system. Hatikva's choice.
But I finally got what I wanted. Take that. Alright, what kind of building ships do we have available?
Entering system. Silent witness.
Hello there.
Oh. Okay. Please tell me you're hauling a scrap cube. Ah, you are. Okay, good. Well, you're hauling a wreck, which is perfectly fine. What do you keep emailing me about now?
Assistant, I have concluded my research on the Protection substrate. There are a few things that, I am sad to say, I cannot quite wrap my fins around. But I would rather we discuss my findings in person. Please come and see me when you have got the time.
Okay. What is that Hydra Regal? What is that? Oh man, YouTube is gonna hate processing this video, but 10-hour video. We got a lot done in 10 hours. I'm not done yet, but I'm just thinking about it. YouTube is going to spend all day tomorrow, whenever I'm finished streaming this, just processing the video. It's awesome. Alright, we're waiting. I need to go over the timelines. And then I gotta see what happens in the next quest after I go check out my new ship.
Entering system. Grand exchange.
Alright, it's a little cold in here, which is fine. Alright, please tell me this station's going to start making money now. It's cost me a lot of money. Now it's got enough. Okay, so that's 9. That's about 10 energy cells worth of, or 10 solar panels worth of energy cell consumption. Right? This is consuming. Oh wait, it all just shows up here. So 93,000. 93,000. How much do I get per energy cell? Per
Hello
energy
there.
cell, I'm getting 10.5. So I will need like 9.5.
Grand exchange.
So I might as well just build 10. And I'm already going up to 8, so 2 more. Oh, why not just dump more money into this thing? And then I will put the I'll probably put a Terran uh, version of the scrap processor on there too, and then I will limit that to just my use only for building Terran stations all over the place, because I like the way they look. Or I guess I could do boron stations all over the place. I'm here. I haven't looked at this ship yet. Ooh, what I get, what I get, what I get. Please be like an Astrid version of this ship.
Excellent. We have completed the Queen's missions. Let us head back to Queen Polyphides to find our reward.
It's,
Good luck with that. But I don't think there is much for me to learn. I'll dive right back into evaluating the capabilities of the Boron military, before anyone else puts an analysis on the market.
Alright, if I didn't have a ship for direct comparison, this would be like, oh, what's so special about this ship? But I do have a ship for direct comparison, and it's right there. Ooh, and it's got good lighting. Oh yeah, this one looks way cooler. I can already tell. Let me look at this. Touch it. Oh. No, no. Yes, yes, no, yes. There. Oh, it might not be quite exactly the same as an Astrid version, but it's pretty close. Oh, that's so cool. More pieces are like blacked out, but it's got like extra cool, extra. I haven't even done stat comparisons, but it's got, looks like it's got more thruster ports available as well. That is awesome. I need to take a screenshot of this somehow.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
I wish my print screen button would work. I'm not understanding why I don't. That's really cool. Alright, let's... Ooh, I think the dash is a little different as well. What is the loadout difference? There's gotta be a loadout difference. So all railguns, which is... It comes with 10 advanced satellites, so it's got tons of expensive stuff. It's top of the line all-round engines, top of the line combat thrusters, top of the line everything without Ion pulse turret Mark 1. Ion pulse turret Mark 1. So technically it's a, strictly speaking, because it doesn't have my modifications, it's a very slight downgrade. But it has 4 of these weapons, which is what I was planning on testing anyway. So, okay, I'll keep it. I'll keep it for now. Fly around in my Rigu.
Headquarters.
My Rigu ship. I want to keep the other one for screenshot purposes too. Dock. Wait. Also, crew transfer. And let's see here. Yep. Ooh, the seats are
Hydra.
different.
Regal.
Ooh. Hydra Regal is the designation of this ship. Oh, I like that.
Hello there.
I like that a lot. Ain't just nobody got a Regal flying around out there right now. I bet that shows up in my personal office. Nope. I guess not. Huh. Well, I got to go to the science laboratory. Yeah.
There you are! I am afraid the results of my research have turned out to be inconclusive. This so-called protection is a condensate substance unlike anything else I have ever encountered. This sample is highly unstable and incredibly potent. I am afraid that I just do not have the instruments to adequately examine it further. It certainly will not be possible to synthesize the condensate with any equipment we currently have at our disposal. Disappointing as it is for me to have to say, I doubt that anyone else in the network is in possession of the technology to do so either.
What about the Queendom?
How very odd. North River is a remarkably small company that seems to have shot up out of nowhere roughly 11 years ago. If what you say is true, then they could not possibly have had the means to develop this themselves. And frankly, while Brantley is undoubtedly an ambitious businessman, he certainly does not strike me as the scientific type.
Oh dear! Speaking of whom, I have just received a communications request from Brantley North River. Opening comms channel.
So, how's it going? Have you cracked it yet? Of course you haven't! As if I, corporate mastermind inventor, would risk giving away my secrets.
That petty peddler only really got in contact to gloat. Perhaps you can use the occasion to extract some information. His ego is his weakness. Try to bait him into giving something away.
Ah, it's not the equipment. It's the minds that make all the difference. You and your fish friend just cannot match my scientific acumen. Strip it all away from me, shut down my company, and through sheer dedication and wit, I would still rise to the top again. Well, of course I can be proud of my accomplishments. I built this company from the ground up. I came from nothing. Hard work and dedication. That's all it takes. And now our North River product keeps an entire system of people safe.
This is clearly not working. He is too preoccupied with praising himself to actually betray anything of substance. I know, from what we have gathered, he is immensely proud of his ship. Just go with that. It might lead somewhere.
Okay. How about the
A
competition?
race, huh? Let me think about it. All right. I don't know why you would want to challenge me, seeing as the Astrid is literally the fastest ship out there. But sure, let's go for it. And you know what? I'll go one better. You've been trying so pathetically to analyze the Protectian. So if you win, I will just tell you what you want to know. But you won't. Bring your fastest ship. I am looking forward to this.
He is right, you know, as much as it pains me to admit it. Looking at his ship's specifications, I predict a 0.0003% chance of you emerging from this race as the victor. And these odds already factor in the chance of a spontaneous, unforeseen organ failure on his part.
Considering what is at stake here, no one would think worse of you if you were to bend the rules a little in your favor.
Thanks to my extensive research, you now have the capability to teleport between your own ships. If executed correctly, you will not actually have to match his speed at all.
I think I know where you are going with this, Bozo. And yes, it is indeed possible. Brantley has already transmitted the coordinates for the racetrack.
Yes, 2 ships. One in which you will initiate the race, and the other hidden away close to the finish line in which you will end it. Oh, what a deliciously devious ploy.
Although we now have a plan, you still need to keep up appearances. Do not show up in a cheap piece of junk in which you could not possibly win. With the right materials, you can mod a ship's engine to be significantly faster than it should be. Make sure you install the engine mod on the ship that you intend to race with. These materials for equipment modification are not necessarily easy to come by.
Sure they are.
You might be able to get your hands on them by doing missions for a trade guild or other organizations. If you do not want to put in the effort, though, I have heard rumors of a specific pirate organization operating in the network. These elusive Duke's Buccaneers are said to be invested in this kind of advanced tech, though it is safe to say they will not part with it willingly. I have heard that they are sometimes spotted around hazardous regions. Shall I mark a place for you to investigate?
Yep.
This whole race business is a unique opportunity. We should do our best not to squander it.
Wait, marketplace. Go ahead. Go ahead, marketplace. Do it. Give me a vendor for mod items. I dare you. Reward is what? What? How much is that? Excuse me? What are you rewarding me for? 18 million for what? Talk to who?
New orders. Navigation. Fly to the following position.
Acknowledged.
Like, get there and wait right now. The queen is gonna give me 18 mil. Like, get there yesterday. Wait, hang on before I leave this sector. Get out of my seat. Hang on.
Hello there.
I have to take a screenshot of this somehow. I know how to get a screenshot. I know how to get. Go to borderless window and pray that the game doesn't crash. Game's trying to figure it out here. Looks like gotta regenerate all the things. Come on, game, figure it out. Just keep settings. Okay. Then I can do the other method of taking screenshots. Yeah, that should be good enough. Alright, that should do for screenshot. Maybe. Hopefully it turned out good. Let's take a peek. Yep, looks good. Perfect. Cool. Save that real quick and call it good. Oh, I put the wrong one in there. Hang on. Nope, 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 nope. That's beautiful. Alright, sorry about that. Just getting late in the day and I want to show off just a little bit before I inevitably will be done for a while. Let's get over to the Queen, get paid, and probably call it good after that. It's been a long stream, and yeah,
Hello there.
had a good time though. This is why you need more medium docks on your exchange, because what's his name takes up a spot and then blocks off a medium docking bay, and then any nice ships that are super rare you get to yeah.
Entering Grand Exchange 4.
There we go. Hopefully the stream's still working correctly. Yeah. Working correctly. Yep, still working right. Ooh, wait, hang on. Oh yeah, the stream's working right. Good, 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 good. No, that was today, wasn't it? Yes, that was today. Wow. It has been a long day. Oh, I skipped part 11. Dang it. No, 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 no. Why? How did I forget this? There we go. Perfect. Everything should be golden.
Entering system. Watchful gaze.
The Dakoba finished exploring all these sectors. Cool. How many advanced satellites you still got? 2. Oh wow, people are desperate for, or not people, the NPCs are desperate for whole parts in Claytronics. Good. Can't get enough raw scrap. That's kind of bad. I need to get a tuta over here immediately. I know right where to get one, and the queen's gonna pay me 18 mil. So, yeah, totally gonna get a tuta. It'd be irresponsible not to. Okay, maybe not a high preset. Yeah, let's cheap out on the pulses. There we go, bringing that price right back down. What else is causing the price to go too little too much? Oh, the crew do it. Okay, so Marines are absolutely worthless on this thing. And I don't want a ton of crew on it anyway. I don't even know if it necessarily needs weapons.
Entering system. Barren shores.
That leaves me with a little bit of money. Okay, let's just go with min preset. Sure. And We got good shield. The shield's gonna protect it more than the guns are gonna do anything. Yep. Right, it needs building drones. I forgot about that. Okay, don't want necessarily 20 of those. These repair drones are kinda worthless. $20 out of 40. Sure. Why not 10 defense drones on top of that? That'll be better than any weapons. And then 20 service crew.
Entering system. Great Reef.
Perfect. Take me 7 minutes to get it to done. And then I should have enough money left over. Hey, the Terrans like me even more now. I should have a few million influx from my other station. I can get another manticore to get that scrap rolling.
Entering system. Sanctuary of Darkness.
The danger zone. Yep. Get 2 more manticores. Look at scrapping. Get that scrap station really kicked up into high gear. I got a badass ship and I'll get 18 million as soon as the Queen gets to deliver a speech to me. Damn. That's awesome. I'm pretty excited about this. There's 2 more missions for me to discover somewhere, apparently. Oh.
Entering reflected stars.
Sweet. This station is up and running. That makes me very happy. This is a nice little lullaby song right before I go to bed. I get to play some more tomorrow and find the rest of the missions and expand my economy. Because Kingdom's End just ain't over yet. That's good. Might as well show some footage of my royal chariot as I go meet the queen. Research needs to get done.
This will if you could, please gather the required materials.
Entering Kingdom End 1.
Didn't see that coming. What in the hell? Get out of the pilot
Hello there.
stream. What?
Elias Vigilance. Docking granted.
Wait a second. Did I not put a docking computer on this thing? That is such a ego soft troll. Not putting a docking computer on something. Badass ship, no docking computer.
Hydra, Regal.
By the grace of Her Majesty, Queen Polyphides of the Queendom of Boron, you have been granted an audience. May I announce our honored guest, Newman Karat, representative of the Alliance of the Word, the Queen's Herald. I present Her Majesty, Queen Polyphides.
I once again welcome you, Honorable Representative Numunkaret, and of course you, my brave heralds. The task entrusted to you demanded your bravery, loyalty, wits, and tenacity. It is thanks to your endeavors that the Queendom has not only returned to the Commonwealth, but is widely recognized therein. I hereby release you from your duties to the Queendom. Once again, I bid you farewell, though not as heralds, but rather as adventurers, free to pursue whatever you desire. I wholeheartedly wish you safe travels.
This concludes the royal audience.
Ooh, that. The ceremony was kind of short. Hey, I paid 18 million.
I wholeheartedly wish you safe travels.
Our honored guests.
And so we meet at the end of our path together. You did well. I wish you good fortune in your future travels.
Greetings, reputable friend. I am extremely glad to have returned to the Queendom. What I learned is that the Commonwealth matters are not for me.
Especially those split. They were so thunderstruck at seeing a Boron in an official capacity that they did not know whether to send me back whole, in pieces, or not at all. While they were discussing their preferred options for my demise, I managed to engage the travel drive, under fire, and make my escape. I cannot imagine the jump gates closing on me, cutting me off from my fellow Boron.
That fear alone will keep me in our system henceforth. I long for the sweet ammonia taste of my home waters.
Renowned friend, the time has come to carve out our own path. For my journal, I will first visit the Alliance of the Word to learn about its place within the Commonwealth. I want to learn about everyone who is out there, beyond our gate network. Those who are still adrift, but in contact through messenger drones. And maybe those lost without trace. It would be a lifetime's work.
Alright, if that's all.
Hello there. Marvelous news, my friend. The boron aid to the provinces once adrift has been a phenomenal success. There is still much more to do, but I have been convinced that this matter is in competent Finns. There is a growing movement of historians, scientists, and politicians who are exploring the possibility of replicating the Jumpgate experiments to find other systems that are still disconnected and adrift. All this is such a relief, yet with the struggle over, I cannot help feeling somewhat useless. I have also reconnected with some family on Nishala. They are urging me to visit them, and I may spend some time on the planet. I am uncertain how long I can be planet-bound before the urge to return to space overtakes me. It may take some time. So for now, at least, this is goodbye. Thank you, and farewell, brave explorer.
Is there anybody else I can talk to while I'm here? Nope. Oh, I can't sit in the chair. Ow. Oh, gotta double check to see if I got any other special options or any special bells and whistles I don't know about. And it didn't come with. Oh, wow. Alright. Some upgrades were missed. I will keep those advanced satellites and use them later. Those crewmen all came from me.
Navigation. Prepare to dock.
Affirmative. Requesting permission to dock.
Docking permission granted.
Bring us into dock.
Affirmative.
Alright, that was sweet. Even got my two-tub. So That was an insanely long stream. I'm going to make a save in a different slot just in case I need to go backwards to a previous save. Anyway, that was quite the long stream. So, my name is Ashir. Thank you for watching this whole thing. If you were here the whole time, don't forget to leave a like, think about subscribing, and leave a comment or something. All right, thank you. Bye.